Good morning, everyone, or good noontime, lunchtime, whatever time it is in your little area. Welcome in, and I hope you're having a fabulous day. I had to move some stuff around to get this show going, so if y'all can hear me, let me know that we're running good here. I think everything's okay. It was way too hot in my office. I had to move the computer, so it's okay. I'm not complaining. I would complain if it was winter, but I don't want to complain in the summer. But thanks for holding on, guys. I did have a delivery. Our central unit's out. They're trying to get all of that organized to get that thing fixed. But in the meantime, I'm in Florida and we cannot go without AC. We only have one at the moment, so we got a second one just delivered a few minutes ago. It'll be installed this evening when my son gets home, and then I will not be melting anymore. I don't like complaining in the summer because I enjoy complaining in the winter. All right, so we're good to go. All right, awesome. Sound is great. Man, I kind of needed to take a moment from the internet anyway. I need to be a fair and balanced reporter. I guess. I don't know how to do this dang thing. All right, guys, a lot's been going on. The internet completely broke down because Howard Bloom did a little reporting. But he reported on something we were all told months ago. A lot of people assume poor Savannah, poor thing, she believed those ransom notes. Oh my gosh, poor lady. But nobody cared, to elaborate on her Instagram post reacting to that second letter. The one everybody told me that I tried to hold, I don't want to be arrogant, but I tried to hold several shows to break down the first two notes. But everybody on the internet lumped them together with the TMZ second batch of notes, and nobody wanted to have the conversation. I should go back and pull those shows, but it's like I got to go through all my shows. I do have the Nancy Guthrie playlist. Maybe I need to go back in time because I tried to say there's something going on with those first two letters, real or not. Savannah thought they were real, or could it be authentic? The FBI apparently thought they were authentic as well, because guess what? Haven't we been told by a lot of people who claim to know what they're talking about? The FBI doesn't get involved unless asked, or a kidnapping occurs with ransom. Suddenly, FBI was crawling Nancy Guthrie's property, crawling Annie Guthrie's property. And no arrests have been made to this day from whoever porch guy was, cook, waiter, whatever we got going there. Nobody's arrested. No one's been arrested except Kalela for texting on an app to Nancy and Tom, or maybe calling Tom. I've got his whole criminal complaint, by the way. I've had it for a week. He's the only one that got arrested. And I kept saying, y'all, if this was just a scammer, like Kalela appears to be at the moment, they would be easy to catch. You can run your little VPN, your little cheap VPN apps, whatever, but we're talking about the FBI, right? I hope they can get past your little VPN coverage, right? God, I hope so. Hell, they can talk Google into scratching up some stuff that may or may not have existed. So, I don't know. But I always thought there was something to the first two notes, right? And but the internet's just having an absolute breakdown, and now they're all going back and reviewing Savannah's statement, going, "Oh my God, y'all, she told us in that statement her mother died." Even last night on the interview room, one of the retired law enforcement officers said, "Yeah, but we don't know for a fact what Savannah's." The way he worded it, we don't know Savannah's being honest. We don't know Savannah's telling the truth. Why would Savannah come out there and lie? Well, partly in their mind, she doesn't want to see the big picture, but we'll get to all of that. First things first, because I'm going to try to be real. I don't want to be some type of way about those damn ransom letters. All right, so another thing that has happened is Alex Zabel, we all have seen, got arrested. Criminal Network, aka Criminal Network YouTube channel, was arrested in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. We also know that right before that, he was arrested at his home. Then he goes back out there and he's arrested again. I have no dog in that hunt. I've said it before. I don't have to agree with what their tactics are. I don't have to care for their personalities, but the law is the law. The Constitution is the Constitution. Freedom of speech has to be protected. So I'm not even going to get into all of that. But I do know this, I stand in my convictions. I don't flip flop day to day. I don't go wishy washy. What's popular? What's going to keep me in the know? What's going to keep me okay with all the people? I knew about Criminal Network long before Nancy Guthrie because of the Delphi community. We had an okay relationship. I respected a lot of the work done in the Delphi case by Criminal Network. I know a lot of guys like him. I don't judge people by their look, right? I don't walk up and say, oh, you got all the tattoos. You're not, No, I'm not Chris McDonough. Or what? I can't tell right now which way that guy's rolling. I feel like it's the what's popular now I'm going to jump on, claiming that it's in the name of the Constitution. But okay, do you? Because you said some pretty nasty things about people around the homeless encampment, but you didn't want to judge Alex based on the way he looked. So that's really weird. That's that wishy-washy stuff I can't get behind. Now, late last night or last night, I think the Jay was live, and I guess she went over to Criminal Network and they were talking about the complaint. But I don't know if they had the whole complaint. So we're going to share it. I just want to read it. There was some confusion about what it said, but I'm just going to read from the document. I'm going to show you guys the document. Whether it's true statements in the document, I don't know. That's not for me to decide. I just know what the document said, right? And that is all I know. So let me pull it up so we can get that read. Because things are being said about what was in the document, and it's crazy to me. Okay, so let me get my correct folder pulled up here. I feel like I'm out of sorts because I moved everything, and I'm like, I was trying to eat before I went live, and I had a can of Coke sitting here, and Andy made me laugh on her live playing with the cat, and I knocked over my Coke, but it wasn't open yet. Crisis averted. I was like, oh my God. It almost happened. Okay. Andy, by the way, if you're still listening, if you're here, thanks for that live. The last two, appreciate that. The information you're sharing over there. Okay. You guys go over and sub up to Andy and go check out the content. She's breaking down some legal stuff over there to do with Lauren Matthias and all of that. Okay, I don't know why it's showing that there. Okay. So, wait, is this the page 1? Okay. So what it did at first, on the first page here, Pima County Sheriff's Department detail incident report, okay? Incident report, nature, unwanted person, location, Rincon Beat 3. So I'm assuming Rincon Beat 3 is Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. And then offense code is listed 2604, and it goes through the officers and all that. Okay, who responded. Okay, case history. Noticed, private or confidential information such as a date of birth, social security number, and home address have been redacted pursuant to Arizona law. Okay, so they're en route now. Unit 182, Unit 545, and Unit 603 were all en route on 6/11. And they go through the arrest. I'm going to get down to the actual complaints. So this one was the public nuisance. That's when he was arrested at his home, right? Hey, Indy Cindy, we were we're dangerous together, Indy Cindy. We might wreak a little havoc. As my friend Simi says, we were getting feral, but I was polite feral. I don't want to come in and look all aggressive and um, not be seen as a critical thinker. We wouldn't want all that, would we? Otherwise, you're just a troll at that point. So we're going to come in with the intelligent comments. And thank you, Indy Cindy. It's fun seeing you in the chat, actually. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Um, they go through the list now of all the stuff that Alex had out there. His tripod, uh, the miscellaneous, the orange cones. I thought the orange cones belonged to the county, but whatever. His chair, his Sunny Field chair, his gray cooler bag, black bag, flashlight, and stuff. Okay, so nothing, crazy. Just your normal stuff that you may need on the side of the road, reporting on stuff. A mini black umbrella, the black mic, and glass jar. I know what's kept in glass jars for. You put your weed in there and seal it with a kiss, and nobody can smell it. Huh? I don't know. It's black mic in the glass jar. Press pass. I'm thinking about changing my name of my channel from Salty Sleuth Investigates to Salty Sleuth Media, because I'm not really an investigator. Salty Sleuth Armchair Investigations. I don't know. Press pass. Black sunglasses, black lamp, black case, cell phone batteries, and all that. Okay. A red dog leash. I don't know what the leash was for. His cigarettes, his lighter, vape pens, gum, all that. What? Machete. You don't never know when them javelinas are going to come out of there. Machete with sleeve. Oh, shit. The hell? I mean, okay, that's pretty nice size weapon there. All right, let's get to this part, because I don't know, maybe he felt like he needed to protect himself. You can't be too careful out there. There's a masked man running around that kidnaps old ladies. We don't fucking know where he's at. Okay, so this was completed by, here's what everybody was getting hung up on last night. And I'm like, but I'm reading it from the document. Whether it's accurate or not, I can't tell you. I can just tell you what it says. So this was entered by someone named D. Stivers, number 6877. Now, because there's a number attached, is that a badge number? Because this person is not with Pima County Sheriff's Department. Are they with the Tucson Police Department? Because we know Savannah doesn't want nothing to do with Pima County. She said so. Was that missed also? Because I did not miss that part. And right after that, the sheriff says, oh, we don't even talk to the family anymore. Yeah, I wonder why. My mama didn't walk away, you fool. Okay, so I'm assuming Stivers, however you pronounce it, may have worked, this is just my opinion, could have been an officer at Tucson Police Department. Because now it goes into the narrative. On 6/11/26 at approximately 1700 hours, I received communication from Savannah Guthrie. I need to read it again for the people in the back. On 6/11/26 at approximately 1700 hours, I received communication from Savannah Guthrie regarding this matter. I was informed by Ms. Guthrie that she had received information that a YouTube personality that goes by Criminal Networks was in front of her mother's house, possibly live streaming. I know this person to be Alex Zabel through previous investigations. Ms. Guthrie is one of the responsible parties for the property at, and of course it's been redacted, but we all know where it is, and has been having issues with several of the internet true crime vloggers, one of which is Mr. Zabel. One of the ones you should have a big problem with, Savannah, supports Alex Zabel. And I'm not saying I do or don't. I support the Constitution. That I do support. And that'll never change, regardless of the case at hand. Guthrie was extremely upset that Mr. Zabel was back in front of her mother's residence. Over the last couple of months, she has expressed expressed to me her displeasure over the last couple of months. She has expressed her displeasure about what has been going on with these vloggers and has on multiple occasions told me that she fears for her and her family's safety with some of the actions that they have been taking. Now, so we've known for a while, everybody can go on YouTube and see when they're out there live. It was just an ongoing thing, and we all know it. So Savannah's known about it. She's known about all. They got cameras on her mama's house. They know the second that the streamers roll up, they know, right? So it sounds like she wasn't the only one to call in that day, because everybody knew Alex was back out there that day. After he got arrested the first time, he even said, "I'm going back out there." So it's not like it was a big secret. But the minute he's out there, they can see it on the cameras. But she wasn't the only one to call that day. Remember, there was this big breakdown on the X about, oh, Nerdy called, everybody's throwing their voices, using chain. Stop it, because that's all weird. If you're going to do something, just do it, right? If I was going to call and complain on Alex, I wouldn't have called in a fake thingy. I'd have been like, you know what? They're going to all FOIA request this. They're going to know it's me. Fuck it, I'll just say it. It's kind of like I did with Trisha when I went in and with my own name and asked a question. That's just how I roll. I might get shut down, but at least I'm honest. Honesty is lacking. Sergeant David Devers. He is at the Pima County. Well, then why did he say he's going to forward it? Let me finish. Let me finish the document. Okay. Cindy. We got to figure it out, because he is worded as if they are not with Pima County, the Stevers, or whatever their name is. Okay. Over the last couple of months, she has expressed to me her displeasure about what has been going on with these vloggers, and has on multiple occasions told me that she fears for her family. Okay, on today's date, Ms. Guthrie was unaware of what Mr. Zabel was doing or saying on the live stream, but his mere presence was upsetting her. Okay, so on this day, she doesn't even know what's being said, but the presence of him is upsetting. Or they want the sheriff to run out and make them all run away from Nancy's, and then do what? Not hold him accountable for saying your mom walked away when you're arguing that she couldn't have? Why aren't we directing our energy where it really should be directed at? That's what I'm just wondering, because everybody's got Savannah chalked up to being this emotional ball of mess. Poor thing is going through hell. Obviously, she is, but she's probably not. Nancy had 3 children. That's all I'm saying. But we're going to make it all about Savannah Guthrie. Okay. I guess we will do that. So he said that, or whoever she, they go on to say, I forwarded this information to the Pima County Sheriff's Department Patrol Division. Okay, so maybe that is a sergeant, right? Okay, I got you. Thanks, Subtext and Indy. Thank you for bringing in the knowledge. I appreciate that. So he's the detective, then he forwards it to the patrol units. Okay, great. Oh, they're all in here. Because then you got a Eddie comes in, all right? So that was Savannah's complaint. So it appears that Savannah did directly talk to somebody at the sheriff's department, because that was a confusion last night. Did she or didn't she? Is that really what the document said? What? And I'm like, but I got it, and that's what it said. All right. So that's what I'm. But now they forwarded that over to the patrol units for their attention to the matter. Okay. Then it goes down to this one, another supplemental narrative. This one, 11 on 6/11 at 19:28 hours, on 6/11 at approximately 16:51 hours, while working daily operations as a member of the Special Enforcement Team in the Rincon District, I was requested by Shift Supervisor Sergeant Argon, number 6701, to assist with providing marked uniform presence for a contact that was going to be made at the aforementioned address. While en route, the call the call text information indicated several reports about an ongoing issue with an individual by the name of Alex, who had been live streaming in front of the Guthrie house, who made several claims and was being vulgar. At that point in time, I had been requested to respond to the location in case a situation would be escalated due to an arrest being effected. I'm sorry, my connection said it went away for a second. My mind is wandering on a thought. So Chris McDonough says they know for a fact, according to their sources, and he's willing to give that source up to the attorneys of these YouTubers, that said KVOA knew ahead of time they were going to go out there and arrest Alex. Now, we got Savannah also calling into the police department, complaining for months about the streamers being out there. And we got the sheriff finally throwing his hands up in the air like Doug Carter, going, fine, I'll do something. Boys, get out there and do some arrests. I don't give a fuck what happens after that. Just do it. I can't right now. This is all a mutt. Too much for the sheriff. Something doesn't feel right. As much as I may not agree with some of the tactics being used, these YouTubers aren't the fucking problem right now. I mean, YouTube people are a dime a dozen. To go look at any community, there's some fuckery somewhere. They're not really the big problem right at the moment. Not in my opinion. I think there's much bigger things to be worrying about than what's going on out there with these YouTubers urinating and cussing and carrying on. I don't have to agree with it, but damn. Look, all this effort running around out there patrolling the street to get these people out of there with their microphones. What are we doing to find the porch guy? Are we running down there to the homeless encampment in the car lot asking questions? Well, the YouTubers are now. So while en route, he gets the call text information indicated several reports about an ongoing issue with an individual by the name of Alex, who had been live streaming in front of the Guthrie house, who had made several claims and was being vulgar. I cuss a lot, but I'm not real vulgar. I mean, depends. I'm sitting around my girlfriends and we're all just telling jokes, maybe, but damn, okay. Everybody's got different styles. I probably cuss way too much for those really, intellectual types. While en route, the call text information indicated several reports about an ongoing issue. Okay. At that point in time, I had been requested to respond to the location in case a situation would be escalated due to an arrest being effected on the individual. They knew before they went there they were going to arrest him. It wasn't let's get down there and talk to him and say, hey, you violated your first order of the nuisance, whatever. We don't even know what the clear, well, we see what they arrested him for, but what was the clear? They went, and it was obvious when you watched the video where Alex was live. They walked right up intending to put their hands on him and arresting him, and I could see that with my own eyes. It was clear as a bell. But, you know, I guess they got to follow orders. I don't know. I don't know if I'd follow anything that sheriff over there told me. I'd be trying to find me a new job in a different county. Like, I got to get out of here. There's craziness. He's trying to get me to do what? So while en route, I overheard several clips from the microphone that appeared to have been coming from Sergeant Aragon and the assisting deputy on the scene. He heard several clips from the microphone. Okay. At that point, what kind of equipment they got down there? At that point, it appeared to have been that the situation might have escalated, and the individual by the name of Alex was resisting physically the arrest. This is when the shrimp cop came up. I arrived seconds after and observed the deputy R.D. Avila, number 8343, and Sergeant Aragon were struggling. They were struggling to have Alexander Zabel comply, as they were attempting to secure him into handcuffs. Alexander was yelling several profanities and making statements requesting as to why he was being placed under arrest. However, with my assistance, I was able to hold onto his arm. With my assistance, okay, the one that fell down, I was able to hold onto his arm, and they secured his arms into what appeared to be pairs of handcuffs. What appeared to be what else would they use? Rope from the fucking trunk? Okay. At that point in time, Alexander was appearing very irate. I assisted with escorting Alexander over to a marked patrol vehicle. While doing so, I observed he was irate and was spitting as he was talking. However, the spitting was not directly toward me. Oh, sir, on camera, you were like, "Don't spit at me. Don't spit at me." It appeared he did not intend to assault me. I forewarned Alexander that if he were to spit on me, that he would be catching an additional charge. Alexander appeared more irate after I told him, indicating he could put his head wherever he wanted. And what sounded like, say, what he wanted. The fuck? At that time, I assisted by grabbing his wrist and assisting with escorting him over to marked patrol vehicle, as he delayed walking and stumbled to prevent deputies from escorting him to the vehicle. So like, oh, he was stumbling and trying to avoid us. Giving him that escort. Shortly after, we were able to escort him to the marked patrol vehicle without any additional use of force. He was secured and in the marked patrol vehicle. I was also tasked with reading Miranda rights to Alexander, and he was placed under arrest. I read all parts of my Pima County Sheriff's Department Admonition of Rights booklet on the rear portion. I read every bit of it. I read all parts of my Pima County Sheriff's Department Admonition of Rights booklet in the rear portion. Thank God. I read all 6 parts to Alexander, to which he stated he understood his rights by acknowledging yes, and that he would answer my questions. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. Yeah, people are going to point a finger at nanos for every little thing that pops off, right? That's, to me, a surface level. Oh my God, look, clicks on beers, arrogance, all the surface things we would expect. But I don't think Nanos is just trying to save Nanos. He don't give a fuck about none of these people, except they got to fall in line. So, so the sheriff ain't doing nothing, making half his department hate him. He's not trying to find Miss Nancy. He thinks she still probably walked away at this point. We don't know. He thinks the FBI is fucking crazy as a loon. this guy's now going to do a bunch of fake reports to get these YouTubers in trouble as well. You're doing a lot there, Sheriff. You're a busy man. It's the neighborhood complaining and some people on X. Let's be real. I see what's all going on. I've seen what everybody's saying. I'm going to I'm trying to stick to the facts, y'all. I'm trying to report the facts here. Welcome to Salty Sleuth Investigates / Media. I'm your host, Salty. Here's my experience that I bring to the table. I'm 59 years old. I'm the mother of 4. I am divorced once, single by design because, hey, you only live once. I have a cat. I have 2 cats. I have 2 dogs. I've lived a lot of life experience. I've had trauma in my life as well. I've never battled addiction, but I have people in my family who have. My grandmother was an alcoholic. God rest her soul. Beautiful woman, though. I know a lot of things. So welcome to my channel. Y'all all bring your expertise to the plate. Why don't we? Because that's how we work. Life experience sometimes far outweighs the book experience. Right, sub. That's exit. They have to go. You have to go by the law, right? So the nuisance part, and then when the second arrest comes, is a whole different charge. Where are these? What are you basing these charges on? What ordinances support the charges? The one you made up that day, as we all heard, made up a new ordinance on the spot. Go get them, boys. We got a new ordinance. Is that really how that works, sir? Because there's a lot of fundraising for attorneys, I think, that was happening. I don't know if they've met goals. I don't know. I don't get into money on the internet. I can't stand money, and I cannot stand the fact that it costs thousands of dollars to defend yourself in the United States of America, but the prosecution can do whatever the fuck they want to prosecute you. You got to have dollars to fight them. I don't like that. None of us should like it, but it is what it is. So maybe these attorneys can get on board. Maybe Chris McDonough will give the source of how KVA, you know who the source is. They're coming right out of Pima County Sheriff's Department, because Chris and his wife have told us for months Karen has got she's got a line to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. She got that several months ago, and they've been working that angle ever since. We got to pay attention to what's actually being said. Just like when Savannah come out and said, we want our mother back to celebrate. Everybody tried to decipher, what the fuck does that mean? Well, I thought it was pretty obvious, but I don't know. So I'm going to get sidetracked again. I don't know if the sheriff's involved in all this or not. He's doing a whole lot. He's going to fake being Savannah and make complaints, fake being Eddie and some lady out of Canada. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What do we think? Well, we're investigating. Sheriff, are you behind all this nonsense, you freak? So he reads Alex all parts of his Miranda rights. Thank goodness. I briefly asked him about what he wanted to do with his property, to which he requested to put everything together, which we all saw that on the live. He's like, yes, get my shit. I don't want y'all losing my shit. Don't take my shit. My people paid for that stuff. That's hard earned. So his property would not be misplaced to maintain its integrity of this investigation as well. Prior to clearing the location, I assisted with gathering some of his property and put it into his ice bag or coolers, as it appeared to be. After I concluded, y'all didn't plant no evidence on Alex, did y'all? Goodness, we're not having all that now. We draw the line. After that, I concluded with the investigation on my part, and I cleared the location and returned to my assigned duties. That concluded his involvement. Deputy Elmblad, 611, I was advised by Sergeant Aragon to take pictures of himself and Deputy Avila, whatever, for documentation purposes. Pictures were taken, and both individuals uploaded to the Axon evidence.com. A lot of they all use the axon.com. Okay, this one is another narrative, initial case narrative by Avila. While on patrol in Pima County on 6/11, I responded to this address in reference to unlawful person. This information was initially provided indicating an ongoing issue with Alex live streaming in front of the Guthrie house, making claims about Pima County Sheriff's Department. So do we have the ones on the juice yet? And wasn't there a third person that got arrested? Did Tucson get arrested? I don't remember. I don't keep up with that dude. He's just. What about the Juice? Do we have his criminal complaint out there yet? I have to go find out. I don't know, Indy, how the sheriff thinks he can get away with it, unless he thinks the ordinance he made up and didn't put before the board to get approval to go into effect and all the stuff you normally would do to get that kind of stuff passed. He didn't do all that. The board even made a comment about it. So there's going to be some legal ramifications to figure out there. They just got to get a lawyer, right? It's going to be hard for Alex, to Juice, or any of them to go in there and fight any of this without an attorney. And that's one thing Chris McDonough is correct about. Because you got to go bigger picture. This is not about, oh my God, you petty arrested me, you petty ass person on a petty criminal charge. No, you're violating civil rights. You're violating freedom of speech, freedom of the press. We're going to use that word lightly. Everybody's press these days. I don't got a problem with him sitting out in front of Nancy's house. Honestly, who am I to stop them? I don't have to turn on the volume if I don't agree with it. I don't even got to watch it if I don't agree with it, right? That's the beauty about the YouTube. I have the ability to turn that shit show off of my screen. And I'm not just talking about what goes on out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. It's up, what I consume is up to me. The algorithm does not control me. Fuck you, algorithm, with your weird shit. Get out of here. You better get some act right and come back correct. You know me better than that. You're supposed to. Fuck. You're trying to tell me a narrative of what I should be watching and consuming. You got the wrong girl, algorithm. So they go respond to the address in reference to an unwanted person. And this one, okay, in reference to an unwanted person, the information that was initially provided indicated an ongoing issue with Alex live streaming in front of the Guthrie house, making claims about Pima County Sheriff's Department involvement being vulgar. So are we just mad because he's making claims about the department? Or attacking freedom of speech? Being vulgar. I mean, those are words. Words. We're talking about words. You don't like what's being said, you don't gotta listen. The reportee was concerned due to Alex just being arrested 2 days ago for the same issue. Unknown if he was in the property or on the street. Unknown if he was in the property. Were they not watching the live stream? How'd they even know he was there if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Word travels fast behind the scenes, don't it? Everybody, Alex is outside. Get your phones ready. An additional call from Eddie. Eddie's number is redacted. Eddie was saying Alex was urinating in front of the cameras and saying, fuck the sheriff. Per Eddie, it was a current live stream. I was watching the live streams. Alex went into his tent, peed into a damn water bottle, came out and pours it on the ground. I never saw him whip it out on camera and take a piss. Only time I come close to seeing a man's penis on the internet was TikTok Tony. when his green screen failed miserably. If you know, you know. Ew. I accidentally saw Stefan Stern's junk in a FOIA dump. But I ain't seen Alex's junk. Do I agree with pouring piss on the ground? Probably not, because I've been like animals. I'm raised on rivers. I don't want the piss right here at my campground. But that's just me. So Eddie didn't like it and said he was urinating in front of cameras and saying, fuck the sheriff. A lot of people have said that, actually. Fuck the sheriff part. Are they gonna come knock on my door and arrest me now that I said that out loud? I'll pretend I'm not home like I normally would do. There's not even a car out there to give me away. Watch me be not home for a month. Was calling. Okay, so now we have Dawn. She's calling, an additional call from Dawn, and she was calling from Canada, giving the same information that Alex was last seen wearing a gray shirt and unknown pants. How does she? Canada, y'all got half a TV? Does Canada have half of a TV? Because these sound like bogus ass calls to me. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to be honest. No, I don't like what Alex was out there doing in front of the house and saying, but whatever. I don't have to watch it. I don't think that he should have resisted arrest, only because he could have made the sheriff a bigger ass than he already does. So that might have been a little, Alex could have played that a little bit differently, because I don't agree with fighting the cops. It just makes it worse. That's common sense. That's going to make everything worse when you do that part. But it sounds like we also got some bogus calls coming in. Indy Cindy says he didn't even have to pee. I saw him. I'm not going to go pull it back up. I'm telling you, he didn't pee in front of the camera, but he did walk into his tent and pee in the bottle, and he did walk out and pour it out, but he didn't pee in front of the camera. They're acting like he whipped it out right there on the side of the road and stuck his little weenie in a bottle and took a piss in front of everybody. And that's not what happened. He was out there more than once with his piss tent. But hey, you can't just walk up behind the cactus and piss out in public, because the sheriff suing all them people's going to have something to say about that. Don't whip your junk out in my neighborhood, please. At least the juice walked up to the construction house and used their bathroom. I do watch stuff, y'all. I know what's going on out there. And I'm not gonna wishy-washy it or pretend stuff didn't happen that did, and I will try to be as honest about it as I can. You don't have to like what happened out there, but damn, it sounds like a lot of these calls were bogus. Alex was last seen wearing a gray shirt and unknown pants. So what did he do? Did he pull his pants off too and run around out there and nothing? I'm confused. An additional call from an unknown female did not have any updated descriptors, but confirmed he was currently being streamed. How come none of these people know what Alex looks like at the moment if he's currently live streaming and they're calling to complain because he's live streaming? Think about that for a moment, y'all. You would know what he was fucking wearing. You'd know exactly what he was saying. You'd know all the details because you're watching it. Not even in Savannah's report. I don't know what he was saying. I just see him out there. What he was saying honestly doesn't even matter. Did he have the right to be there? Matters. Yeah, the Canada people weighing in on the American stuff. I try to stay out of y'all's business. If I don't know, I'm going to ask one of my Canadian friends, what the hell's going on here? What's this about? Is this normal for y'all? Right? I don't know. I don't live there. But do y'all have half TVs? I'm just curious. Forrest, what's going on with the TVs? Oh, hey, Jay. Oh, no, nursing a migraine. Hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. Um, okay, something was itching. No update on descriptors. That's so odd when he was fucking live. How can they say that? Stated YouTuber Alex was live streaming, currently in front of the Guthrie house, again on the side of the road, and had video equipment with him. Several other calls were received with no new information. Several other calls were also received with no new information. Huh. Were they all reporting the same thing? Hey, that guy Alex is out there streaming again. We don't know what he's wearing, what he's saying. We're not even sure if he's out there, but we heard that he was. Sounds like to me what happened. Again, behind the scenes fuckery that seems to go on in every single case I cover, and I'm damn well sick of it. And behind the scenes bullshit. That makes you look real. Yeah. When people become enthralled in behind the scenes bullshit, I rarely ever watch them again. It gets that person in my DM thinks I still might bite, huh? Oh, damn it, man. Okay, Indy, maybe it was water in the container we saw him pour out and he was just joking. I don't, to me, it doesn't matter if it was water, a joke, real pee. He didn't do it in front of the camera, is the point, right? Alex even says he went in there and peed in the bottle. I mean, I'm just going by what he also, I'm not throwing shade at the man for peeing. I want everybody to understand that. You got to pee. The sheriff says you can't even drive your car down there. You got to be Ubered in, dropped off. So when you're out there and you're drinking water to stay hydrated, and then you got to pee, what do? Well, Alex decided to take a tent. So I'm just saying, the whether that was real pee or not, it's not the point right this moment. He didn't pee on camera as suggested in this report, and that he can prove. I don't know nothing about what was in the bottle. Prior to my arrival on the scene, Sergeant Aragon and I spoke with each other and came up with a game plan of how we were going to approach the situation. They're like, that's a big dude. What the hell we gonna do? Nanos just said to get out there and arrest him. Some people's calling and complaining. Like, damn, I wish they hadn't come to that because that is a big motherfucker, dude. All right. I wonder what they decided they were going to do because they walked right up to him. Come on, get up, get up. Like, what? All right. So they've discussed it and they've come up with a game plan. Once the plan of action was made, we proceeded to the Guthrie residence. We arrived on scene at 17:32 hours. I could see a Hispanic male with facial tattoos sitting in a chair off the roadway on the dirt with a cell phone on a tripod. Again, off the roadway in the dirt area, along with several other miscellaneous items on the dirt beside the road. On the dirt beside the road. Not in the road, not on Nancy Guthrie's property, not on Sue Ellen's property. I'm going to leave you alone, Sue Ellen, because out there you catch enough hell, lady. I'd stay inside and keep my mouth shut at this point. But then again, I got a big mouth, and I'm telling you, if that was all in my neighborhood, I don't know, I might go out there and stand and kick it with the people. That's just me. Can y'all fucking believe this shit happened in my neighborhood and we don't know what? I don't believe it either. God dang. I don't know. I'd probably sit down and go kick it with them because I like to talk to people and I'm curious. What y'all doing? What are y'all doing over there? Can I come be nosy? That's just me. What are we looking at today? Oh, look, they're all, that's just, I like to talk to people. So I would probably get out there and kick it with them a little bit. Well, that one lady did that, Lauren, and got them all over to dinner, and people like throw shade at her for that. Maybe I'd have just stayed to myself and like, damn, this shit show happening outside my door. Why can't I make this larger? Because I am blind. Hold on, I gotta. There we go. Okay. No, I don't think Cindy, thank you for your super chats. Did that tiny deputy ever turn into a real boy? I don't know. He just like that when he tripped and went down, whatever he says he did, I was like, oh my God, I was laughing. I didn't know how they were going to get Alex into the cop car, to be honest, because he's a big guy, right? I'm like, this dude, all he's got to do is stand his ground. He don't even got to really put up a fight. Just, y'all aren't moving me, right? It was that. And they're like, come on, man, come on, man. No, I don't agree he should have fought them because it would have benefited him better in the long run. But, in the heat of the moment, you can't even tell me why you're arresting me. I would also have a problem with not knowing exactly why I'm being arrested. Even if you already arrested me a few days ago, this is a whole new arrest. So I need to know the charge. I've always been that way. If I got to roll up I don't call it a popo. I call them if something happens. Other than that, I will go the other direction. Cops are coming. I go the other way. I always have. Always. Don't you know my name? No, 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 no. Stay over there. 6 feet, Bubba. Can't trust you guys. I've read documents. You might get the tunnel vision in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and slap some cuffs on me. We arrived on scene at 1732. I could see the Hispanic male with his tripod, all that, sitting off the road. Okay. I could see he was lighting a cigarette. I exited my fully marked patrol car. He's like, "Arr!" Remember when his brakes even squeaked when he pulled up? He almost passed Alex. Arr! Oh, I'm at the right house. I was also wearing department issued uniform that clearly showed the sheriff department's emblems. Well, you're on duty. Aren't you supposed to? Did Alex say, hey, who the hell are you? I don't think he did. I approached the individual whom I was able to identify as Alexander Zabel, using his booking photograph from the previous incident where he was arrested from public nuisance. I asked Alex to stand up. He mocked me in a stuttering manner. I asked him to put the cigarette out. He did not comply. Sergeant Aragon informed him he was under arrest and to stand up. We both at that point took control of an arm. I had the left arm and he stood up and stood him up. At that point he became agitated, began yelling profanities, and was actively resisting, rotating his body back and forth, attempting to break our hold on him. He's using those profanity words again. Now we've got court cases popping off where attorneys don't want the other party to come into court and say the word murder. Don't say the word psychopath. Don't, y'all, we're not grown-ups anymore, and we're not allowed to use our big boy and girl words anymore because we may hurt a feeling. Society went soft about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and it's been a trend that never stopped. We have to be all-inclusive and support everything and everyone at all cost, and be soft as hell to the point where a word is going to break us. Fuck, I got a bunch of words I could unleash. I just, yeah. Huh. Just an observation. I approached the individual whom I was able to identify as Alexander Zabel. Okay, we're going to go on down. He also interlaced his fingers to prevent us from bringing his hand behind his back and to place him in a double locked handcuffs. Sergeant Aragon's microphone at that point began to clip. Therefore, a code 999 was initiated. The microphone began to clip. Therefore, a code 999 was initiated. because the microphone did some clipping? Huh. Okay. At one point, Alex broke both our grips. I was able to regain control of his right arm. At this point, Sergeant Aragon on his left. Aragon attempted to take Alex to the ground. However, he remained standing and Sergeant Aragon fell to the ground. I maintained control. I informed Alex that he needed to comply. At one point, he said he was complying and to tell the sergeant that I was putting handcuffs on him. Alex continued to actively resist. However, we were able to successfully use and two handcuffs, and he was a larger individual, approximately 300 pounds, 6.2 inches tall, to comfortably put handcuffs on him. He was escorted to my fully marked patrol vehicle, again continuing to resist to the point where he had to take control of his arms and more to usher him to the patrol vehicle. He was searched incident to arrest and placed into the rear of my patrol car. No deputies were injured in the arrest. Ultimately, Alex requested his 2 cell phones and wallet be transported with him to Pima County. I had my body-worn camera on the entire drive to the jail. Alex remained silent the entire time and did not say a word, nor did I. Once we arrived at the jail, he was booked in his charges of resisting arrest. Oh, no perp ride like we got with that fucker Stearns. Remember Stearns' perp ride with the cop? They had this big old Did this cop think he's going to get in the car with Alex and kick it? We're going to have us a conversation, Alex. Alex is like, fuck yeah. Not saying a word. So, probable cause. This is a supplemental dictated by Aragon on 6/12. Unclipped his own mic. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was on purpose too, Indy. That's what I'm saying. They got some issues. It's always an issue. Oh, my bad. I bad, ugh. Um Okay, so here's his probable cause statement. On 6/11 at 16:51 hours, Alex Zabel Jr. had returned to Camino Escalante in North Carrera Chica after being arrested on 6/9. Why is my birthday always got to be in the mix of every damn case I ever cover? 6/9. There's always some strange shit happening. I'm changing my. Y'all get off my birthday. I'm not changing shit. Stay off that day. Lord. 6/9/26. Public nuisance. So this was ARS 13-2917, public nuisance. It was the first time they arrested Alex at his house. Deputies responded for a report of an unwanted person in the area. In the area, not just location specific, please, just in the neighborhood in general. Additional callers were stating that Alexander had returned back in front of the home and was urinating in front of the camera on the live stream. And none of that was true. There were multiple other calls coming in of Alex being across from the property. Upon arrival, deputies told Alex that he was under arrest. Now, Chris McDonough was just out there with his wife, Karen, nosing around down there in Tucson, Arizona, going to Nancy's house, getting out, taking video footage of Nancy Guthrie's home. Then they drove over to Annie's home and did the same thing over there. Then they drive down to Annie's shop, the homeless encampment, and a random car lot. Never once did Chris McDonough get a nuisance arrest. He wasn't followed by Pima County Sheriff's deputies. He might get next time. He said he's going back and he's done warned y'all, KVOA. But he went out there and did all of his reporting and running around town getting the goods on Annie to come out with live streams and hurt Savannah with his words, accusing her sister. But he didn't get arrested for it. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I don't know. I've been trying to process for a few days so I don't go off half-cocked. They finally get his big ass into some handcuffs. Upon arrival, deputies told Alexander that he was under arrest. This was for the Class 2 misdemeanor, a public nuisance, and then they list, okay. While telling Alex he was under arrest, he began to resist and was actively resisting arrest as were attempting to put the handcuffs on him. Now, he did ask them, why are you arresting me? I never heard them give a clear reason. I never heard them say a particular statute, particular ordinance, just, well, because you don't, it was just like a bunch of word salad being thrown around. I'm not even sure if they're clear on it. Just we have direct orders, right? Based on this ARS 13-2508, which was a Class 6 felony. Alexander was booked at the Pima County Adult Detention Center for resisting arrest and public nuisance, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. Now, I wish they would stick to this being a constitutional fight for justice over freedom of speech and not a battle that we need to keep Nancy's name out here, because I'm going to keep Nancy's name out here as well. We all do it. We don't have to be in front of the house to do that, right? I'm seeing that all over the place. Well, they're because of them, because I'm not watching their content other than going to review what I've heard is happening to get me to keep Nancy's name out there, right? I don't know if that them being out there is what's keeping her name out there. Oh, stuff like Howard Bloom and certain reporting, that's what gets the name back out there. That's what gets the focus back to Nancy Guthrie when something like that happens. But we'll get to Howard in a minute. On 6/11 at approximately 16:50 or 45 hours, he goes, okay. Alex had returned to the property. Alex was sitting across at 16:51. A call came on the screen from an unwanted person at the property. The call was transferred from Tucson Police Department to our dispatch about an ongoing issue with Alex live streaming in front of the Guthrie house, making claims about Pima County Sheriff's Department's involvement and being vulgar. The reportee was concerned due to Alex being arrested 2 days ago. So that call went into the Tucson Police Department versus Pima County. Huh. Hey, welcome, Indy Cindy. Well, I get that, the Sparky pilot, once they went to his house. And that's what I didn't understand. When they arrested Juice, he was sitting outside of Nancy's. They went to Alex's house to arrest. They already had the arrest warrant. They'd already decided they were going to arrest him on a nuisance, but the man's at home. Y'all run around. They don't even run around my county and try to actively seek warrants. If they find you, they find you. Depends on what you did. If it's a fugitive type warrant, they might be out actively looking for you. 9 times out of 10, they're not looking for you. They're going to stumble upon your ass when they pull you over or find you in a bar fight, that kind of thing, and run your name. Oh, guess what? There's a warrant for your arrest. They don't actively, especially nuisance complaints. Trust me on this. So it's weird that that even happened, if you ask me. Like, we're going to go all in, make an arrest warrant, go to his house, and show the fucking country Pima County does know how to investigate and arrest somebody. Look at this. Okay. The call was transferred from Tucson to our dispatch about an ongoing issue with Alex. Ugh. Eddie. Eddie. Is it personal, Eddie? Or what's going on here, Eddie? You in Canada, lady. At 16:53 hours, an additional caller by the name of Eddie had stated Alex was urinating in front of cameras and saying, "Fuck the sheriff," per Eddie. This is on live stream at 16:53. At 16:54, an additional caller named Dawn called in giving the same information that Alex was back across the street from the property. At 16:56 hours, additional call from an unknown female who did not have an updated descriptor. See? This isn't the neighbors calling in. It's their neighborhood, not a bunch of people on the internet's neighborhood. It's none of our fucking business. Are we being petty and personal? Is that what we do these days? We get petty and personal on the internet to where none of us are going to be able to report anything. The reason I never showed my face on the streets to begin with. Now, someone's going to get mad because I said that and try some shit. Watch. Dawn called in and giving the same thing. Okay, well, fuck you, Dawn. So, excuse my language. I'm trying not to be that person. I need to be intellectual, critical thinker, and all. I don't want the McDonoughs of the world to look down their nose at me. She cussed. You cannot take her seriously. God damn, she's got no class. Made me want to puke. What you made me want to do. At 17:11 hours, an additional caller stated that the YouTuber Alex was live streaming currently in front of the Guthrie house and had videotape equipment with him. There were several additional callers with the same information. So see, it's just a bunch of calls complaining, and they can't even get what he's wearing correct. If it was the neighbors calling saying, "Look, that guy's back in front of my neighborhood. He's yelling things out, into the street. He's frightening me. I can't get in and out of my driveway." If it was that type of stuff, I wouldn't even have a problem with it. Quit yelling at the neighbors and move over. And we've all seen the yelling at the neighbors, but again, I don't got to watch it. I can go consume Nancy Guthrie coverage elsewhere. I don't have to watch it. But this is not even I don't see one neighbor complaining yet. I see randoms complaining. Random people. This has got these aren't the neighbors calling in, y'all. It's people on the internet. Who else would it be? Are we going to pretend we don't know? If it's not the neighbors calling, then who is it? Like Chris McDonough says, it's not rocket science. So the whole thing's a joke at this point to me. They don't really care about the law or Nancy Guthrie. At this point, does anybody? Because I'm not going to spend the next couple weeks going over these creator drama law enforcement. I want to find Miss Nancy like legit, right? I'm going to cover this document and get it out of the way so I can go figure out what happened to Miss Nancy. This has got weird witnesses that can't even give descriptors of clothing and shit. So I cannot with that shady eyewitness stuff. We done been told that eyewitnesses suck anyway. Their memory recall, trauma and all that. Their memory recall, right, Dr. Gary? That it messes with their trauma recall. Huh? I listen, sir. Boy, do I listen. sometimes too much, and then it keeps me up for hours on end. Upon arrival, they observe him sitting in the chair on an easement. See, they're hanging themselves, y'all. In the beginning of the complaint, Indy Cindy, yes, Savannah has been speaking to a Stivers for months, complaining about the YouTubers. On the day that Alex was arrested, Savannah apparently did call and speak to that detective. But these Eddie and Dawn and a few other people also called as well. But I'm not seeing any of the neighbors calling. Savannah, whatever. Call away, sister. It's your mama's house. You do you, boo. You do it every day on the NBC Today show. You go do you. But who else is calling besides Savannah? If it was my mama's house, I might call too. I might just roll up and park and say, dude, what are you doing? Can we talk about this a minute? That's exactly how I would actually handle that. Now that I think about it, that's exactly what I would do. I wouldn't call the sheriff. I wouldn't go crying at the NBC. I would get in the fucking car, drive to mama's house, park, walk down to the end of the driveway, and plop my ass in a chair next to Alex and say, can we have a talk? But that's just me. Don't come at me with Savannah's to this and to that. No, Savannah needs to humble her ass and get out there and walk on the streets. Because we're giving her a little bit of an out right now. Just a little bit. A little bit. Every case we cover and there's a missing person and the family's not out there begging every other day for assistance, what do? How do we handle that? Think about it. We don't handle that well, do we? Until you're forced to address it on national television. Why is it different for her case? It's kind of like Lauren Matthias. I'm different. I'm special. It's my case. No, honey, it's a case. Where's the family? Because the family knows their mother's not alive? Well, I'd still want to plead to that person, hey, I get it. You say she died accidentally. I still need to know where my mom is at. I'm still willing to pay you. I'm not seeing that. Unless Savannah's sitting back and just relying on the FBI and their team of private sector partners can maybe one day figure out where the IP addresses were of the first two letter senders. Then maybe they can figure out who actually sent the first two letters. Then maybe we can figure out who the fuck porch guy is. But maybe not. They could still be fake for all we know. We did observe that there were two cones on each side of him. He was sitting down. Oh, Alex took his own cones and put them out. He's like, do not come in my cone zone. Don't come in the cone zone. All right. Oh, you wrote it wrong. Savannah was called about Alex. Then she called the sheriff. It says she was noted. I read it. I read exactly what it said. It's at the top of this document. This is a 21-page document. I'm on page 16. I started at the top, right? I only know what the document says, and it does say it. So it's right there. Y'all can go rewind and go back, or I'll read it again in a little bit. I don't know. I got other stuff to get to. But Savannah became aware. Now remember, a bunch of workers showed up at Nancy's and put new cameras all over the property, including the top of the roof. Don't tell me Savannah and Annie don't see everything going on outside their mama's property right now, because they done learned they made a mistake by not being able to see it when she got kidnapped, because they didn't have their shit together. Remember, only one apparently that could view Nancy's cameras was Nancy, not even her own children. Or they too may have known about January 11th, the porch guy incident, allegedly. They too would have seen it the minute they realized mama's gone. Oh my God, look at the camera. Holy shit, there's a man at the door. No, we don't have that, because they didn't have a view of their mama's cameras or her house. They do now. So yeah, she knew the guys were out there and she called and complained. Take Savannah out of the equation for a moment. All these other callers here, Eddie and Dawn, they're bogus. They're horrible witnesses. If I was a defense attorney, like, what do you mean? Don't even know what kind of pants he was wearing, but yet you saw him on a live stream? Or what? Come on. These are bogus complaints by some people on the internet. Don't know if they came from X or out of a chat. Don't know. Don't care. I know where they came from. That's what we've come to in this country. We sit at home, little keyboard warriors. Little keyboard warriors we are. Watch me go. Let me dox this motherfucker. I don't like what she just said. Oh, you want to put yourself in a... it's weird. It's getting weird. The real good investigators, when we start investigating each other. We're not going to ever solve a problem or try to help get word out about missing people and, keep the names out there like we all claim we want if we're doing fuckery like this. Just because we don't like something. I don't like a lot of things, but I'm not going to do shit about it except get away from it as far away from it as I can. Because I don't like people to steal my joy. You don't get that control over me. You do not get to steal my joy. How about that? That's up to me, you joy stealer. Go away. The goal at the time was to get him up and place him into cuffs, blah, 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 blah. Well, we all know what happened. I was able to, at which point I lost my balance and fell to the ground. So they're starting to repeat themselves. Upon placing Alex into the custody, we did advise dispatch that we were fine, at which time Deputy J.O. Rodriguez from Special Enforcement Team also had arrived on scene. Okay, so your special enforcement team guy gets there after y'all get big guy handcuffed and put in the car. He's like, special enforcement team on the way. Hold up, guys. Oh, y'all got him? Okay. During this altercation, when attempting to place Alex under arrest, other than putting his arms behind his back to attempt to put handcuffs on him, deputies did not use any force with Alex. Yeah, you kind of had to, didn't they? A little bit? Like, they have forced back. You're forcing us not to get you. We're going to force you to let us comply. Oh, it turned into a hot mess. We've seen it with our own eyes. That's going to come into court, y'all, if they go to court. Y'all know how all the body cams come into court? We done seen it. Live on the YouTube. Didn't even have to FOIA request it. Shit, think about that. How many times do we get the body cam live in action without having to request it by FOIA? This might be a first for the true crime community. During this altercation and attempting, we were able to get him back in the patrol car. He was searched. Alex didn't have his weed on him that day. Good job, Alex. The arrest had taken place I don't even know if it's legal in Arizona. I'm only concerned about Florida. The arrest had taken place at 17:41 hours when we were able to safely secure Alex. Here's a note, though. Wait a minute. We requested to be taken to the jail by Alex. Hang on. The arrest had taken place at 17:41 hours when we were able to safely secure Alex. Deputy Avila transported Alex to Pima County Adult Detention Center, and Alexander's personal belongings, which were on scene, his 2 phones, his wallet, were requested to be taken to the jail by Alexander, and his items were collected on the scene and placed into safekeeping. Okay, so they got him and his property all there. Note, just because of the way it transpired with deputies and Alex while we were trying to place handcuffs on him, a use of force form was filled out. But we didn't use force a minute ago. We didn't have to use any more force. Now, they had to force because Alex was not complying. We can see that with our own eyes. He was a little combative a little bit. Well, tell me why you're arresting me. Maybe if they had, he might have calmed down. They're going to arrest you regardless. I don't know. Deputy, was he going to break away and run? That would not have ended well. Oh, hell. Deputies did not use force other than locking Alex's wrist to place handcuffs on him. Well, they were trying, they just couldn't do it. He's so big. There was literally one on each side. There was one trying to wrap his leg around Alex's leg. I'm a very observant. I don't need somebody on the internet to point it out. I'm watching. I'm like, oh shit, oh, that don't look good. I can almost predict. It's kind of like watching NASCAR and predict there's fixing a wreck is fixing to happen because that one car got a little squirrely and you saw it. Same thing I watch for and stuff like this. I want to predict what's about to happen before it happens based on your actions. I may or may not be one of those movement people. Oh, they move the weird way. No, I like to predict the shit. I'm not concerned about how somebody moved. Well, if you concerned yourself with the real reason is why they're moving, then you might understand why they moved versus what a textbook said they moved for, right? That's the difference. Ask those doctors. Textbook will steer you wrong every time. Photos were taken of deputies' front hands. Deputies did not use force other than putting the handcuffs on Alex. Okay, these were the only things used to try to place him into custody. Photos were taken of deputies' fronts and hands. This was all to show that deputies did not use any kind of force, nor were deputies injured at the scene. So the deputies weren't injured either. That's important. We don't need that. We do not need assault on a police officer on top of, resisting an arrest charge. You don't want that. Because damn, that's just going to give them more fuel to their fire, right? Not only did he resist, and then he assaulted a police officer. See, that nobody would see beyond that. And that's the problem with going out there and resisting the arrest part. People don't want to see beyond that part, so we're stuck on it, right? But yeah, that happened, but this, and this also happened. Look at the big picture sometimes versus what's on the surface. Because, man, that surface living, I cannot. I bailed out on surface living 30 years ago, and I'm I'm kind of out here on my own because of it, but I like it that way. This residence has been of high priority, and due to the sensitivity of the case, majority of the neighborhood is already on edge and worried with just the mere presence of these YouTubers. Is that what's got them on edge and worried? Is just the YouTubers? Now, I guess we're going to enter some communication maybe from some of the actual residents there, because some of them are tired of it, but whatever. But that cannot be their only issue. I'm sorry, an 84-year-old lady taken from down the street and y'all don't know who the hell did it? But my biggest concern is a YouTuber. Well, neighborhood, what are y'all doing? Because I don't think she ever left your neighborhood. Not that night, anyway. If we did, we'd have grainy car footage, wouldn't we? Maybe. Maybe not. I'm just some lady sitting here at my desk in Florida with no real expertise to speak of, like the interview room. The residence has been of high priority due to the sensitive nature of the case. Majority of the neighborhood is already on edge and worried with the mere presence of these YouTubers. One specific YouTuber, Alexander Zabel, who has a YouTube handle of Criminal Network, has been mentioned and complained about multiple times by the residents in the neighborhood. Now, are they just mad because he's out there, or are they mad because of some of the things he's been saying they don't like? Again, words? Are we mad because of words? Or are we mad because they're violating my right in my neighborhood and I can't get in my driveway and they're videoing me and they're taking photos of my house? Because I got the right to protect my property too. That, especially in Florida, stand your ground and all that. You're not coming in my property. I don't give a fuck who you are. But that ain't what happening over here. They're not up in Miss Nancy's property. I wish somebody could go up there legally and walk that driveway the proper way with the proper camera so we can get an actual field of vision. But it's too late for all that now. Again, Detective Stover here is this one was able to speak with a community member. So a community member, redacted, who stated that on multiple occasions Alex has walked up to apostrophe S Sue Ellen. I'm assuming. I don't know. They started a war with her. Onto Redacted's property and also posted on social media Redacted's residence and public information. We all know who it was. As a result, Redacted felt harassed, unsafe, and surveilled. Now, do I agree with going and posting all of Sue Ellen's information online? No. What was the point? To get people in chat to then harass her? The way the cops are being harassed about YouTubers. See, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we should not sick the masses on people if we don't want somebody else to sick the masses on us. Children, behave. There's an 84-year-old lady missing. Get some fucking act right. On 5/8/26, Alexander was live streaming on YouTube in front of the residence. During this live stream, Alex trespassed onto the property, which had a chain strung across it. I don't know if he did that or not because I didn't watch all his streams. I don't got time to sit there and watch all their streams to see exactly what they did or didn't do. I'm trying to cover true crime and keep up with real updates. So I don't have time to sit there and watch all of these damn live streams to figure out what. I know I saw Ted jumping cones one night and shit like that. And I've seen the pee being poured out of a bottle, but I'm not going to go back and watch every single little live stream minute for minute because I don't care. There's nothing happening at the house at that point. You know what I mean? There was nothing I needed to see. I done seen all I needed, gotten all the photos I needed, and all the videos of the house I needed for my investigative purposes at that point had been gathered. I was not expecting Miss Nancy to come walking down the road. Man, that was a fucking ordeal, but here I am, kind of like Sherry Papini. Not happening. On May 22nd, Deputy Hines contacted Alex while conducting a mission-oriented policing project. So, May 22nd, we have Deputy Hines conducting a mission-oriented policing project, and he contacts Alexander Zabel. Why? To help with the mission? In this case, Alexander was on the roadway with his video equipment. Mission-oriented policing project. Excuse me. Get your equipment off the street. A car drives on there. It's not for you. Get in the dirt. Is that what the oriented policing project does? In this case, Alexander was on the roadway with his video equipment and was told multiple times by the deputy that he could not be obstructing the public thoroughfare. Alexander was argumentative and refused to leave until another civilian told him to just listen to law enforcement. Ultimately, Alex left, but already prolonged the interaction due to his uncooperativeness. So they didn't arrest him right then and there. They let him finally just go on and leave. Then they get a warrant? Lordy, lordy, lordy. Pima County, what the hell are y'all doing? If you're going to do it right, man. You're making yourself look foolish now. Again. And we got this Timu battle going on between YouTubers and the sheriff's department and the neighbors. And everybody missed that Savannah said her mama died. I'm not even sure if I should continue. On 5/26, the caller is reporting that Alexander was sitting in a chair in the middle of the roadway recording a video and possibly throwing cactus. Nah, Sue Ellen pulled up and said she put those out there. She put the rocks out and she put the cactus, but she didn't put the shit. She assumes the javelinas did. And that how the conversation went between Alex and Sue Ellen, I saw it with my own eyes and ears because I didn't want to hear everybody telling me what they said. Oh no, 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 no. I got there. If there's specific things, I got to go hear it for myself, right? I heard it. She pulls right up in her car and rolls one down and has a conversation with him. A resident from the community also advised that Alex was trying to get an interview with her and sitting in front of her house. Alex was seen by deputies on the asphalt of the road with his video equipment, chair, and traffic cones. So which is it? Is he on the asphalt or is he not? At different live streams, 1 minute he's on the asphalt, 1 minute he's not. In this live stream of most all his videos, they average from 2 to 4 hours of streaming daily. Ultimately, Alex was arrested and booked into the county jail on 6/8 for public nuisance and obstructing public thoroughfare. On 6/6, Alex was live streaming on YouTube titled Nancy Guthrie Day 125 Redacted Neighborhood Watch, in which set up a P tent on the asphalt of the roadway on North Camino Escalante and North Carreta Chica, insinuating that he was urinating and creating an unpleasant environment to the surrounding neighbors who were already uneasy. Okay, hold on. I didn't see him throw a cactus either. They were already dead and they were already torn up. So if he picked one and showed it to the audience and then tossed it, is that what they're saying? He ain't the one that tore up the cactus, though. I'm not going to sit here and lie on the man, right? Sue Ellen said she did it. She put the rocks out there. She put the cactus as a way to deter them from sitting on side of the road. Just because I don't cover this drama don't mean I don't know about the drama, right? I can't sit in that drama icky shit for months on end. Ugh. I'm so allergic to all that shit. Alex didn't do half of what he was accused of doing in this document. Doesn't mean I agree with his tactics either. I mean, I've saw them take and hold their phones up and put people's faces out there and names and all the information to run along with it. I can't get behind none of that, y'all. I'm sorry. They're not going to figure out who took Miss Nancy. They don't even know how to go about it, except run around some Facebook groups, get some rumors, and then run live and show you the information and tell you this is it. I can't get behind that stuff without any kind of proof, just a feeling, a whim. They looked at me funny. They passed by me too fast. Now I'm going to blast them. We need to slow the roll on all of that. How many of y'all got kids that participate in that kind of stuff? Where he was set up in this video equipment live streaming. Okay. While reviewing both body-worn cameras and Alex's live stream, Alex was informed multiple times that he was under arrest. During the arrest, he became agitated. We've seen all that. He did get agitated, but anybody would have gotten agitated. A resisting arrest felony charge will be issued to the county attorney against Alexander Zabel. On 6/15, I spoke with Redacted regarding ongoing issues with individuals she believes are members of the YouTube community harassing her and other neighbors. Neighbors, right? They're harassing her and other neighbors. So this is one of the neighbors' reports. Reported feeling intimidated and unfamiliar individuals and vehicles in the area. Y'all didn't see any unfamiliar individuals and vehicles in the area prior to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Why are we not talking about that? But y'all damn sure know when some weird YouTubers are out there with strange cars. They're not allowed to have their cars back there anymore in park. So what is she talking about? Okay. Including incidents involving a red sedan and a white truck previously reported. They're all stuck on the damn white truck. They're making videos about it and doing all them critical thinkers out there. Everybody who passed by in a background on the YouTube live streams was now a suspect. Did y'all not see all that too? Every single person that passed by and gave a side eye was an automatic suspect. That's all it took. And my looks would get me suspicious all the time. They were like, damn. Like, I side eye the shit out of stuff. Redacted, an HOA admin member from this community, also advised me that there had been community members that complained about the YouTuber's presence in the neighborhood. How did. Never mind. This ain't the first time that kind of coverage has went down, but whatever. Redacted mentioned that a resident, Redacted, spoke about it on the board meeting on June 10th. But most of the residents just complained to the news or the sheriff's department directly. And they're not doing it at the board meeting? Such a fine little community there, like safety in numbers, strength. We are the Catalina Foothills Homeowners Association. We're not complaining to each other because half of y'all are on board and half of you aren't. Tell the truth. It's obvious. Huh. Little fake ass people. I see you. I see you, Pima County, Foothills neighborhood. I know how people like you are. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there for nothing. I need my peace. Leave me alone. Don't tell me what I can and cannot do in my own yard. It will never look junky and creepy. It's going to look beautiful, and stay the hell out of it. And don't tell me what to do. I would not live in an HOA to save my life. They are very in your business kind of people. Who wants any of that? So what if I get a neighbor who don't cut his grass? Mine's cut. No, of course nobody wants that, but I'm not living one of these weird things. That's society ganging up with society, and we're all going to pretend we're better than the rest. No, ma'am. Half the Catalina Foothills like the YouTubers and half do not. Therefore, they will not express their thoughts and opinions openly at a meeting because they might break out and throw fists with one another. I don't know. We're going to call up the cops and complain anonymously or under a fake name. I don't know. Ugh. Okay, so the HOA admin member of this community also advised that there have been community members that complained about the YouTuber's presence in the neighborhood. Redacted mentioned that a resident, Redacted, spoke about it at the board meeting. Okay. They just complained to the news or the sheriff's department directly. Redacted advised that it is a big concern when there are multiple vehicles, persons in the neighborhood roadway because it causes a traffic hazard for the school buses attempting to drop off students. Before school was out, I thought, when did they put it into effect? They couldn't park down in there anymore. They fixed that problem, right? In conclusion, the YouTubers have been a nuisance to most of the community members, especially because of the sensitivity and proximity to the high-profile address. Yeah, that none of y'all saw or heard a thing from. You shitty little cameras in the dark do nothing. I hope y'all are upgrading at this point. But now, all of a sudden, they know everything going on in the neighborhood. Everything. Well, too late. When we live with our heads in the clouds that nothing will ever happen and we don't got to lock our doors or look around and know our presence and our surround, none of that. Woo, we live in la la land till something happens. Weird. They're complaining about the school buses getting around. I've not seen one school bus on anybody's footage that I can remember. And if I did see one, it's just normal. There goes a school bus. I didn't even think twice about it. But I don't recall seeing one getting in trouble trying to get kids on and off the bus. Are they parking at the bus stops? What the fuck? Okay, never mind. In conclusion, the YouTubers have been a nuisance for most of the community, especially because of sensitivity and proximity to the high profile address. The high profile address. Alexander, as well as other YouTubers, have made an offensive setting in the neighborhood, causing an obstruction to the free use of property. Whose property is being obstructed, though? Are they blocking driveways? Interfering with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property by an entire community. Are They've calmed down about going to other people's houses, though, right? They're just, if these actions were possibly conducted in another neighborhood with no high profile case in the area, there would possibly be not be so much commission or complaints for one community. If these actions were possibly conducted in another neighborhood with no high profile case, there would possibly not be so much. Well, no shit. If it wasn't what are they saying with their word salad? If it wasn't a high profile case that no one cared about, we wouldn't care about you being boots on the ground. Fuck, what'd you just say, Pima County? Again, with the haves and the have-nots. Meaning the have-nots don't fucking matter. What? Or in the world is happening? Perez, 619. I was advised by Sergeant Peterson to call Mr. Redacted, a reference a previous incident with Alex. Redacted advised he was contacted by Chief Joseph Cameron, 756, and was told to speak to a detective in reference to uploading documents about his incident. Chief Cameron. Redacted advised me that in mid-May, unknown what exact day, he had received an anonymous tip that Alex was posting conspiracy theories about his family and business on being involved with the Nancy Guthrie case. Oh boy. Oh. We know who this is. Redacted advised me that in mid-May, unknown what exact date, he had received an anonymous tip that Alex was posting conspiracy theories about his family and his business and being involved with the Nancy Guthrie case. Redacted advised that he is a friend of the Guthrie family and already hired an attorney, in which they filed a cease and assist order since. Okay, so Alex, who filed that cease and desist against you? I do recall a streamer who called police on a neighbor. Yeah, they all got butt hurt because graduation parties were happening in the neighborhood, and they're like, "That's not fair. You're allowed to have parties and park cars wherever you want, but we can't park on." I know. I'm telling y'all, I've seen it all. That's again, that's people calling on people. They called to complain about the graduation parties because the YouTubers got complained about. That was petty. Of course, you're going to park when you have my kid just graduated. Are we all going to pretend we don't have graduation parties and different things, and there may be a few extra cars out in your yard, and they're going to end up? That's not sitting and reporting as media. We got to separate it. Pretend Alex worked for News Nation. That makes it easier for us. We're going to write at the moment, for shits and giggles purposes, we're going to say that Alex works for News Nation. That's where I'm going to go with this. All that other. I will go be his attorney if I need to, because I need to see the fucking law. Where are these ordinances? It People, common sense. You got a fucking party. You got to have a few extra cars. We're talking about live streaming media coverage. There's a difference between partying, right? So I think we all can get there. The frivolous shit. Why are we doing all that? All this extra frivolous. Oh, yeah, you called on me. I'm going to call on you. You talked about me. I'm going to talk about you. You made a video about me. I'm going to make one about you. I'm going to stand out here in CrimeCon and just put a camera on you and run live with it later instead of throat punching your ass the way I should have. That's what we do nowadays. And I find it weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, we know who it is, Sparky. Most of us do. They arrested the neighborhood watch. Indy Cindy. Oh my God. Okay, let me get this chat pulled back up. All right, so let's see here. He advised me and Meg, so he's posting the conspiracy theories. Again, everybody was putting that information out there on Daily and the Family. Some people did take it to extremes. When I notice an account that starts doxing, I don't usually even say, I don't do the big announcement, peace out kind of thing. I just peace out. It's much simpler that way, much neater. Checkmate, I see you. I don't tolerate this shit in my life. Simple as that. So I've seen, I don't do the doxing. There's no point in it. What, make one more person on the internet get mad and shut their mouth? What's that going to solve? Because it's childish. Childish. It's about time somebody tells them they're being childish. Instead of going, oh my God, get the popcorn, everybody. Get over here. This shit is wild. Meanwhile, Miss Nancy Guthrie is still missing, and we don't got a fucking clue where she's at, where her body is resting. I'm not a crime drama channel. I'm trying so hard not to be. But the streets keep pulling me in because that's all we seem to do anymore. States he has documents and is willing to upload them. I sent them to okay, whatever with your complaints. He did not have his original 911 case number since he was already doing all this civilly. Okay, so go handle your business civilly. Why call the cops and say, hey, that streamer y'all arrested, I got a complaint too? Handle your business. You don't like what was happened to you, Luke Daly? I don't blame you at this point. You weren't arrested, so go do you and get your lawyer. Your mama had a business, you're good. And if not, maybe one of these YouTubers on YouTube will, lawyers that always scream, get lawyers, one of them might actually take your case. I don't fucking know. I doubt it, but everybody thinks they're great. And if we get in trouble today, they're going to help us out, but they're not. But okay. He was advised to continue contacting his attorney if he's pursuing any harassment, slander issues. Yeah, good. Like I said, take it up with your damn attorney. And that was the end of the document, guys. So it's just people complaining about Alex being out there. There doesn't appear to be any real, what's this thing doing? Laws cited. Complaints. We don't like him out there. And it sounds like the sheriff did make up an ordinance to say this is why you can't be out there. Now go get them, boys. So but the big thing that everybody was like, because I think if I didn't go watch it because I don't want to, but I was informed that Criminal Network went live and was tearing down Savannah and her family. I don't know. Didn't watch it. It doesn't affect how I feel about the case, so it's got no case value information, so I don't got no reason to watch it. More people pointing the fingers, I don't know. But the document does say Savannah did call on that day as well and complained. Now, Savannah. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, Forrest, I think the frustrating part is the lack of progress in this case. And wonder why that is, right? What's caused all of that? Oh, I can't see all my chat. Pinto says, maybe Rachel, it's just confusing to me. See, I wasn't able to see what was said before that. You don't gotta, okay, just Jaylene. I don't know that he doxed an address, just doxing a name. Come on now. We're armchair. This is not my first rodeo, y'all. And like I said, I knew Criminal Network before the Nancy Guthrie case. For all y'all who just discovered who that man was, welcome to our world. Putting anybody's name and face out there without any reason for it is a little odd. Because when the tables get turned and they start putting your information out there, it's not received well. That's my point. I don't know who did exactly what and how much they did and didn't do. I'm just saying across the board, I don't accept it. I don't play with those people. I don't want to be in their realm. There's no need for all that. We can't, because of all the bullshit in this case, everybody decided the first two ransom notes were bullshit. Bullshit, Salty. We don't want to talk about them. They're unimportant. What's wrong with you, girl? Get your critical cap on. That's TMZ bullshit, Salty. Is exactly what I heard. And me trying to say, but Savannah's fucking talking directly to them, y'all. She tells us her mama died. But can we believe Savannah? Well, I don't know. Let me go tune into the latest YouTuber and find out what he tells me to think. Be right back. Give you my opinion in a second. Let me go make up my mind first. Because I don't trust your critical brain. I got to go look at that side. Oh, I believe them. You're wrong. See, can we just unpack what we know, right? This is getting it to be a bizarre world out here we live in, and I don't know how to do all this. They were saying he threw a cactus at the car. Well, it doesn't say that in the police report. I have heard he threw a cactus at the car. I saw him sling something toward a car. I'm not an eyewitness in this case. I've seen nothing. YouTube streams are all out there. For those who want to work on the case and assist the defense, get busy. No, y'all are good. I know you're not yelling. Look, like I said, I don't have a dog in this hunt. I really don't care either way about Alex or Pima County. I'll just be honest with y'all, and I don't give a shit about that neighborhood. They can fight all day long, twice on Sunday. I don't care. They can level all the accusations they want. It's going to come down to evidence in court. And did he violate a law? I can literally sit down right now and turn on all those live streams, if they're still up, for a review and let you know what we see and don't see. Clip them and put the proof up. I've probably got clips of a lot of it already. But there's enough people out there taking up for that situation of what was and wasn't done when it's literally all on video. What is even up for debate? If he broke the law, that's one thing. If he didn't violate the law, that's a totally separate issue, right? And why is KVOA, the place that Savannah Guthrie once worked for, getting to help control a narrative? Why are they getting a heads up about YouTubers being arrested so they can run down there and get their video of the YouTubers being arrested? So they can come out and say, don't watch these crazy YouTubers, only watch us. We have a great sheriff and a great community. Bullshit. Let's get y'all move beyond the surface, right? Let's dig in. Let's dig in, as they say. Let's do. All right, let me get my shit together here. Maybe. First of all, I feel like I'm ignoring my chat, and I don't like that. Ow! Sorry, my shoulder just snapped. It needed it, but it always feels weird when it finally does it. Damn, that was 2 days coming. Hang on, I gotta kind of. It's just a shoulder thing. It's okay. Totally not guilty of what he was arrested for. Not a felony. Well, his lawyer can maybe get that down some. You know what I mean? It's going to take an attorney. JLR, they were all relying on that dude to come out in the beginning. They all see him as some kind of I don't know, they think he's wealthy and stuff. They are just, we just know if we get in trouble, JLR's got our back with lawyers. I think it took him days to actually hold a live stream to help raise funds for Alex. He did it for he goes on a road trip now, mind you, with Alex and Ted. Does all these things with his good pals. And then he waits days to hold a fundraiser for Alex. But y'all go right ahead and support that shit. Tell me that. Never mind. I don't care. Fundraising was conducted. I guess they've met their goal for lawyers. I really don't know. If I go and set out to possibly break a law or test the law, knowing I'm about to put myself in a position where I'm going to be doing that on purpose to make a point, I'm going to have a lawyer already on go. If I'm willing to go that far and make a stand for what's right and to uphold the Constitution, I'm going to try to play it extremely smart and do it the best possible way and already have a plan, because I know they're going to come arrest me when I park my ass in front of that house. I'm just saying. My mama ain't raised no fool. I don't walk in barehanded. Yeah, I don't. Ted, JLR, I mean, they're all. Alex likes them. He went on a whole ass road trip with them. I don't, that's neither here nor there, is it? Okay. Now, these ransom notes. Where do I start? Alex, good luck. I hope you got a lawyer. Calm down a notch or two, Bubba, so people won't perceive you as this big Billy badass who deserves nothing. You can play it a little bit different, but you're going to do you regardless. Just do you. Get a lawyer. You're going to need it. Maybe. I mean, common sense says get a lawyer. Especially if you're about to put yourself into a position where you know you're going to be arrested again. He's handling it pretty well from what I've seen. I'm trying not to watch all of that because they're not top story to me. KVOA, I'm more concerned about their bullshit at the moment. Let's be real. You're pretty sure he had a lawyer? No, he didn't, Indy, because they were doing a whole fundraiser trying to get Alex a lawyer. He said he's talked to a couple of lawyers. That's what even the juice. I had a lawyer, then I don't have a lawyer, now I got a lawyer. I don't really know what's going on with their lawyers, but I don't think Alex had one on standby. He didn't have one at all from what I understand. And somebody did a GoFundMe to raise funds for the attorney, and they raised, I think the goal was $10,000 for JLR's stream the other night, and I think they got halfway to that goal before I stopped watching that stuff. It was just on the background while I was doing stuff around the house because I was curious, right? I like to do recon for myself versus hearing it on the streets. Um, but that's what my take on it was, that they got money through the fundraiser. So he may have one now, though. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, all right, let me look at my notes here, guys, because we're going to move on to the next subject, because I'm sure that there will be, if y'all want to go find out about Alex and all his going ons, I'm sure he'll be holding his own live streams and supporters and all that stuff. People will have plenty of it. I just reported on it because the document came out, and y'all know how I love to read documents around here. Don't give me a screenshot of your document. I need the whole document. I'm not a partial document person around here. I've spent countless hours reading documents. It's kind of my jam. Give me the document. We're going to read it. All right. Oh, I should have put a poll in. Ow. Let me see. I'll have to do it this way. One second. Okay. Um, I was just looking at the comment here. Okay. So, how many have y'all been looking at the coverage of the ransom note number 2? Right? Not that first ransom note demanding the money, but that second note that allegedly everybody is talking about, that wasn't a ransom note, but a note to the family. Do y'all think that there's anything to those? Like, that it could be real? Or are we still in the mindset of, nope, that's fake bullshit? Along with all the letters. Because remember, the very first 2 that I've always tried to explain were always separate than south of the border guys' TMZ messages. They were always sent by a different person. And every time I tried to talk about it, it was shut down. Not like y'all, my chat did. Nobody wanted to talk about it. They all thought it was nothing burgers because of TMZ, including the fact that TMZ only got one of the first 2 letters. And I tried to point that out. The actual news station got the first one, but never publicized it. And that's what the person writing the letter wanted. So what they do after that, they forwarded it to another local station and TMZ 11 hours after the first ransom note. I stated that months ago. TMZ received their first note 11 hours after the news media received theirs. They were not the first ones to get the letter. But because south of the border guy decides to write TMZ a bunch of letters that they decide to come out and talk about publicly, everyone decided the first 2 were trash, right along with TMZ. And therefore, we couldn't believe anything. But all their other reporting, though, hey, we're here for it. All other stories are just fine. But that TMZ bullshit with the letters, my God, them idiots, they didn't send that shit to themselves. So now more has been coming out about that second note. And it's all because of Howard Bloom. Now, how many of y'all know who Howard Bloom is? If you've been around the Idaho 4 case, you should know exactly who Howard Bloom is. And that should be a red flag right there, just me saying that alone. Only one to actually say that I've seen across the board was Ashley Banfield. Shout out to you, ma'am, because that show you did was fucking excellent work. Excellent job, Ashley Banfield. All the information I've had saved, you actually have all that information too. Man, it was beautiful to watch, Ashley. We're going to get to a little bit of some of all of that. So, when the letters came, February 2nd, KOLD was the first one to receive the letter, which was the alleged actual ransom note, right? If you believe the notes. 11 hours later, after no media mention of that first note, that is when K-Gun and TMZ received. Well, K-Gun received it 11 hours later. TMZ received it an hour after that. So technically 12 hours for TMZ. Not right off the bat. And nobody wanted to really pay attention to that detail. All because TMZ was hashtagged beside it. Maybe. I don't really know. I don't know when everybody decided. See, when I was covering singer David, I saw a whole bunch of people falling all over everything TMZ said and did about that case, right? Then all of a sudden, Nancy Guthrie case and TMZ ransom notes, those same people decided, oh, TMZ's a bunch of shit. I was like, well, what? But y'all gonna like them again after the Nancy Guthrie case? That's the kind of stuff, right? Take everything you see with a grain of salt, no matter what or where. And don't hate a channel or a person simply because you didn't care for that or agree with a story, right? I don't agree with everything Chris McDonough's out here telling me, but I'm gonna go watch him again tonight anyway. I got my own mind to make up about things outside of his commentary, just like y'all do outside of my own. Because I feel one way don't mean you're going to agree with me, nor do you have to, right? But when you try to provide clarity, people want to stay in the weeds. I don't know if is it safer in the weeds? Is it more fun in the weeds? We don't really got to think as long as we're in the weeds. We're just stuck in the weeds. That's all we need to know. Then that's our excuse on why we ain't got to think, because we're just stuck in the weeds. I'm thinking out loud, y'all. I think to myself this sometimes when I'm trying to figure out what are we doing here? So they did get it separately. Now, the thing about that is always was when Savannah came out and did her video on the 7th, it was in direct response to that second letter that they received. And y'all all remember that somber post, and we'll play it in a second. Want to celebrate, get our mother back. It was so obvious that Miss Guthrie was not alive anymore. It was so obvious there was some sort of communication that she saw, Savannah, that indicated Nancy was dead. Whether it was real or not, that's what it indicated. But people didn't want to hear it, even from Savannah, because, poor thing, she's been duped by the TMZ of it all. How can we do that to her? Oh, she's traumatized, y'all. She's a liar. She doesn't know anything. We got to stop it. Exactly, Pinto. The weeds have ticks. And I ain't checking y'all for ticks. I'm not doing it. You're on your own. You're grown up, right? Protect yourself from the ticks. You're not a big fan. He seems to say, you're talking about McDonough from the interview room. Oh, that is not even the half of it. I'm so critical. And not because I'm critical, because I'm seeing something that's very off-putting. Very off-putting. We'll get to you, sir. It's very off-putting. I'm like, wow. Okay, so Howard Bloom wrote a book. What was it called? When the Night Comes, Calls, or some shit, the Idaho 4 requisite. Early in the Idaho 4 case, Howard Bloom started his fuckery. That's the best way I can put it. Now, Megan Kelly will tell you is amazing work. But a lot of us who followed the Idaho 4 case front to back, sideways, up and down, all the ways around, we can tell you every single thing Howard Bloom got wrong in that book. And like the fact that Brian Koberger had IDs in a sock, in a box, and all these things. We know IDs in a box, glove box, regular box. People had, well, they went back and forth forever on that. But Howard said they were the victims' IDs of the Idaho 4 case. That was not the victims' IDs. Their IDs were at the house where they were found. Howard Bloom will tell you all kinds of things in his Idaho 4 book. Now, some of the things were half truth. Some of them were based on rumors. Some of the rumors were born out of stories that were in the neighborhood. And if you go listen to some of the interviews right now coming out in the Idaho 4 case of the actual friends, you can see where a lot of those rumors were born from witness statements. Because they were all trying to run around figuring out who the hell just killed our friends. None of it makes sense, and none of us know who did it. And they're all just running through shit in their head trying to figure out who could have what, all that. Insert Howard Bloom. Almost said Stern. Now, the only thing that Howard's gotten right about this reporting in the Nancy Guthrie case, because he did an airmail article, right? And when he came out in the airmail article, he said there was an apology note. That is what broke the internet. Not that there was a second note. Everybody knew there was a second note. He worded it as an apology. But for months before that, media was reporting the same thing. I tried to report on that. I have not forgotten about it. Right? But now all of a sudden it's like a thing. And I don't, it's to me, and watching these people on the internet now go back over it and say, she was telling us, I'm like, well fuck. How did y'all not get there to start with? Right? We have to see it for ourselves. Now, the only thing I think about Bloom, it really wasn't an apology second note. Bloom's not wrong, right? But it wasn't like an apology letter, and everybody's getting hung up on the words again. It was never an I'm sorry, right? It was a we didn't realize Miss Nancy was in such bad shape with her heart. We didn't realize it was that bad. They made that clear when that second note came out. If you go back and follow the reporting, it was those facts were reported about that note. And then Savannah comes out and doubles down on that in the video. But everybody decided it was nothing even worth talking about. Now we're going to go live and trash this sheriff we all hate for not searching for Miss Nancy Guthrie. Why is this family not running out and begging and pleading for the safe return of their mother? Why are we not seeing grid searches all across Pima County? Why are they not searching the wash in the desert? Where do you search for a dead body when all you know is they're no longer with you? They're dead. The author gave no indication as to where Miss Nancy was. In fact, when they couldn't show proof of life, when the first one came, Savannah says show proof of life. What came behind that? We didn't realize her heart was that bad. We can't give you proof of life. Okay, I understand, but I'm still willing to pay to get my mother back. And they pieced out. The fucking authors of the letters pieced out right then, right there, never to be seen or heard from again, because all the other letters TMZ received did not come from those first two people, the first two letter writer, the author of the first two. was not the same as the author of South of the Border Letters. I seen some shit south of the border 5 days ago. Time is of the essence. Oops, time is no longer of the essence. Claimed he saw something, but then actually there's wording in 2 different communications south of the border guy gave to TMZ. He fucked up. Dolphin and I caught it immediately. We'll get there eventually with that guy. Now, Kallela, the text person, he's back in court next month. I think they're trying to make a connection. Why would Kallela text Tom and Annie, did you get the Bitcoin yet? Are you saying he was in on the ransom note writing skills situation? Or just a freak on the internet? Did you get your Bitcoin yet? I don't know why his weird ass was doing that, messaging people. Was it easier to find Annie and Tom's number on the interwebs because Savannah's got all that security around her? And who the hell? I'm not putting my number out there in public. I could have a stalker looking at me. I work for NBC. Haven't you heard? We got stalkers around here. We got a whole team down there at the Los Angeles Police Department that helps with just that, in fact. But we're going to gloss over that too, aren't we? Because we play in the weeds. All right, so what do I want to show first? Now, so Bloom's not wrong that the second letter offered an apology, but it wasn't like, there we go with those technical words. Was it a I'm so sorry apology, or hey, we didn't realize your mom was that bad off? That's an apology almost, guys. So it was just a word play, right? But it broke all the adults on the internet. Just like when Savannah come out and said, my mom's dead, guys. It again, with the words, we're playing word games. I can't with children and their words. What the wording, the word. Teach your babies to read, understand words. Big ones, small ones, in between ones, slang ones. All the words are important. Don't be trying to take my words away or my thoughts or opinions. I'm going to get totally sidetracked. All right, let me get my playlist pulled up before I do get completely sidetracked. Now, interestingly enough, TMZ did drop an article last night, but they dropped a companion video to that about, well, right before we went live. Because remember, Harvey's like, well, we were going to do a documentary. Now, I'm sure that really set people off. See, TMZ just wanted to get a documentary, and they're going to go talk about that versus what they wanted to accomplish during the documentary. Apparently, FBI has reached back out to TMZ since TMZ come out and said, hey, they ghosted us. Or, now they've reached back out again, according to TMZ. But should we cover it? Because, it's TMZ and all. We can't be sure we're getting the truth. They told us all of the media was bad years and years and years ago. My investigation as to who they are is still ongoing at this time, and it has been for about 15 years now. Okay, let me read you something. Oh, let me show you this first. This is from Mary Coleman. Now, Mary Coleman has seen the letter. Brittany, what's her name, that used to work over there in Arizona, the podcast chick, she has seen the letter. They've all come out now and spoke about it. So they have always said they had received the letters. It's not just something they've pulled out of their ass today or last night. They've all said in the beginning, we got that letter. Some told a little bit about what was in it. A lot of them didn't say hardly anything. They weren't supposed to. TMZ knew that as well. So I'm not going to sit back and say, well, Mary Coleman and Arizona Family and all them, they're liars. They KOLD was the first one to receive a ransom note, not TMZ. Okay, I need to clarify that about a million times. Let me get down here to her post about it. I don't care about nothing else. Okay. This was the 22nd. Today's the 24th. For those who have reached out, I cannot share specific details regarding the second note we received in the Guthrie case on February 6th. We initially held off on sharing the full contents of the notes because we wanted no part in compromising the investigation and out of respect for the family, and that has not changed. But some of the alleged content has been circulating. The FBI tells us that it has taken seriously at least 2 notes, including the one that claimed Nancy Guthrie died. Law enforcement tells us the 2 letters are believed to be sent by the same person. They've always said that. As I previously reported, both notes did not come from the same IP address. We've known that for months on end as well, but it appears the sender used the same type of secure server to hide the IP address. Thank you, Mary, because I reported that same thing months ago. But TMZ of it all, it don't even matter. Now, how come the FBI haven't caught this author of this first 2 letters? Now, the verbiage in the second letter, buried in nature. When reports first came out about this second note, I said there's something weird about that language. We're talking to a friend. Something weird about the language. Not long after that, Chris McDonough is having a conversation with Maureen. They just met. Dr. Ann was on panel, and Chris McDonough, I will find the clip. I think I actually have it stashed in my clip shit folder here. Savannah appeared to be addressing a woman in her video, addressing the kidnapper, and I sat up like, what? Make me spit my coffee out. What'd you just say? Huh, tell me more. And then as soon as Maureen shifted in her seat and said, wait, what? A woman? Dr. Ann's like, well, I need to know more. Chris shut that conversation down and changed it. And I was like, well, damn. Now it's resurfacing. Was it feminine in nature in that second letter? Is there some poetry involved in the wording? Because now we're going to tie it directly to Annie Guthrie. Annie Guthrie, you get real good at hiding your IP addresses, you and Tom. Did your VPN make it look like you were in another country? Or was the person who sent the 2 letters actually in another country? The kind we just can't walk into as the United States and say, hey, Bubba, come with us. We got an arrest. We can't just do that, right? And I've said that for months. So what if we find out who the person is? Are we going to be able just to walk up to them and arrest them? They could haul ass to Italy right now and be like, I don't got to come back. Ask, what's her name, Amanda Knox, and that other new guy that just fled over there. Oh, America, you want to use the death penalty? You're not getting this person back. How dare you? Get out of our fucking business, Italy. Anyway, I'm just saying. I can't automatically, and when I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it and pretend people on the internet aren't tying that together right now and trying to make that connection, because I don't understand why you would try to make that connection but gloss over it and pretend you weren't trying to make that connection. And don't try to make it be somebody else's idea so you don't got to say it, McDonough. That's also weird. If I'm going to say I suspect them, I'm going to be like, this is a suspicion, it's a theory, it's a feeling, but I'm not going to go present to you all and then go, what do you think? Well, I think you're wrong. It's weird. Like, what are we doing? So I'll have to be honest. The only thing about those letters, the first 2 that were a little odd to me, was the verbiage. But I don't know what that means for me yet. I can't sit here and say that means I think that Annie did something. I think Annie wrote that. I don't know that. We'd always heard Whoever wrote those 2 letters, not the second batch of TMZ, I need money, I seen shit, I gotta go lay low. Not that guy. The first 2. We were always told by the ones who did see them that whoever wrote them was intellectual, intelligent. Harvey went on and made a couple of videos about that. They've all said it. And then it's been forgotten about, right, for the last few months until now. So my takeaway really on this whole thing is I don't know who wrote those first 2 letters, but I know Savannah Guthrie and the FBI took them seriously enough to investigate them. Is there something in that second letter that without a doubt concrete proof lets them know your mother is no longer alive? And we don't know that? Because there are details. They were always details in that second letter. And everybody's like, oh, they could have found that off the internet, that broken floodlight. Everybody could not get out of the weeds with that long enough to have a logical conversation about it. I tried to say, did y'all hear the description of the letter? It said a specific placement of the watch. We were never told. Can any of y'all tell me where you've ever heard where Nancy Guthrie's watch was placed in that house? Anywhere? Remember, everybody came back and said, that's bullshit. We all knew about the watch from the news. Did we know exactly where her watch was located in that house? No, we did not. I know, common sense, Salty, beside the bed on the nightstand. Apparently, it's not where it was at. A description of what Nancy was wearing that night. No, that's not accurate. How do we know? Was we there? Do we see the video of her coming out of her house to know what she was wearing? Do we know what she normally wore to bed every night? No, we don't. Rachel, of course, did anybody ever doubt that Harvey doesn't want her found? That's people playing in the fucking weeds again. Harvey this, Harvey that, the TMZ letters, he's a piece of shit now. I never thought that to begin with. Look, Harvey Levin's been around just as long as Ashley Banfield and Nancy Grace. I go way back with all them. And yeah, I'm from the 80s and I might be a little old school, but I ain't stupid. We probably know a hell of a lot more than the rest of y'all do. But I'm not going to bash Harvey Levin and pretend he didn't want Nancy found. We could say the same thing about Alex. It's for clicks and views. That's all it's for. He's not trying to keep Nancy. So I'm not getting into that shit, right? I don't give a fuck about the media and who's doing what. I want the facts about the case. And Harvey tried to bring a couple of facts out, but it got obscured by the weeds because he got some other letters from another person, right? And went and talked about those letters. So yeah, the media's got people attack. Y'all go get your news where you want to get it from, right? And take it all with a big ass grain of salt. I don't know. I've never thought in a million years Harvey Levin's going to go out there and put out some fake ass letters to get clicks and views for his little TV show like everybody was trying to tell me, when I knew he wasn't the one who got the damn first letters, y'all. If he had been the one to get the letters and the only one to get the letters, then maybe I could have jumped on that little bandwagon. But I was like, no, come on, man. Everything is not a conspiracy. Every time I turn on this fucking internet, everything will not be a conspiracy. With the second it does, I'm peacing out on y'all. I'm going to go live in the backyard in the fucking peace with the animals. Y'all can have it. I don't want no part of that kind of society. I guess people still aren't going to be able to talk about these letters logically because they're going to go on about the TMZ of it all. So let me ask y'all this. Are the letters fake? Do you believe them? If they're fake, end of discussion. Nancy's alive and well. Possibly we might be able to find her one day. Don't Doesn't matter who wrote them. They're just, scammers trying to take advantage of the situation. Moving on. Is that what we're doing? Because there's a lot of information out there that has been out there all this time about those two letters. Now, if you believe the two letters are possibly authentic, not all the south of the border, I know things, I saw Miss Nancy, time is of the essence, oops, time ran out guy. We're not talking about him. If you believe these first two are authentic, do you believe that Annie Guthrie could have written them? Or do we have another intellectual poet type person out there? Also, one of the big questions is like, well, if the perpetrator is from Tucson, why Miss Nancy? That's not hard to get to either. Not when Tucson's daughter, Miss Nancy's daughter, goes on the local and national media 3 months before her abduction and shows everyone her mother's beautiful, strong life. And the fact that she can sit here at a table and enjoy a mixed cocktail and carry on a full blown conversation and still make it back to her home that night in one piece. That frail little old lady we all got chalked up to being needing in the nursing home, no, that wasn't Miss Nancy at all. Not unless she had a quick deterioration from November to February. Because I can see with my own eyes, they're sitting in a restaurant, kicking it. Nancy's laughing. She's having a great time. All her faculties are there. She's got her margarita sitting right there. Nancy's fine as wine. She needed a little cane assistance to walk around with her bad back. Why Miss Nancy? It was all over her local news. So there's just one theory, right? And I'm going by Chris McDonough on the interview room, because you got a panel full of retired law enforcement telling everybody our training and our experience. Our training and our experience tells us things you won't know, things you don't know to look for or think about. But they can't possibly think that all that exposure, that victim continuous risk factor that we got to talk about every time we go to talk about a case. I'm sure it's going to get brought up tonight in the John Bonet Ramsey case, where we're going to hear that victimology on her was a low risk factor. John Bonet's risk level was low, despite being paraded around like a little Lucky Charm poster girl. No other theories could arise. I wonder why. The tunnel vision and stuff, I've heard about that. Okay, I wanted to play something. Let me get to my timestamp though. Because if you go and you break down some of the reports on the note, and I want to get y'all's take. So when I tell y'all the wording of that letter, when we first heard about that second letter months ago, and they did not tell us exactly what it said, we got little hints, right? The hints were feminine in nature and articulate, intelligent, things like that kept popping up when they were describing the note. Because I was paying attention to all that while everybody else was blowing them off and wadding them up with a little piece of paper and throwing them in the garbage and running out to the weeds. I'm still stuck on these damn notes, right? Like, fuck. Why is she making a whole ass video about it? Why is the FBI? This is not my first time covering a crime. Why is the FBI crawling all over the place if they're not involved? What triggers the FBI involvement? Ransom notes. Real or not, they didn't know. Are they going to get a note and say, you know what? Yeah, Jesus, these were sent to TV stations, guys. Nothing. Trust us. No, as another FBI agent reported or pointed out last night on a different thing I was watching. Do you know how many times offenders have reached out to the media? I pointed that out in the beginning of this case. Why would someone do that? Well, I don't know. This day and age is a little tricky, right, with the IP addresses and all that. But it was always a thing. Fucking BTK did it. Smiley Face Killer did it. Zodiac did it. Or what? Y'all act like y'all just heard of it. And people went live and said people don't do that. They don't reach out to media. Fucking true crime. Get what? Yes, they do. Please brush up on your facts. Because there's no need to muddy up the waters, right? I can have a conversation about the case without having to throw in the extra. There's always enough extra. If it was a cop, would a cop send a note to the cop? No. So, how many of y'all believe that a cop abducted Miss Nancy? And why would they? Okay, we had to get over the kidnapping for ransom gone wrong because, those TMZ notes are trash. We had to get over SA gone wrong because who steals the lady when you're only there to assault? So now, why would the sheriff's department or anybody there want to harm Miss Nancy? Or let's just be honest, an elimination murder. That's a very popular term floating out there right now, brought to you by Dr. Gary Bricado. He's very proud of it, so I don't want to take that away from him. He coined the phrase, well, in his book or whatever he said it was, elimination murder. So why are the cops wanting to do an elimination murder on Miss Nancy? Does she know something she shouldn't? Did she know something about the drug smuggling going on out there in well, never mind. Does she know something she shouldn't? Oh, I get it, Cindy, but I don't. People have been spitballing the cops are in on it, Nano's this and Nano's that. That's the weeds to me. It's easy to do. It's easy to point the fingers at the damn cops because we don't like them. So I'm curious to anybody who honestly believes that's a theory, why? I will debunk my own theories. I'm not if y'all want to go through theories, we'll go through them together and debunk them, or make them sound good. I don't know. I can't just go with a cutesy pie story because I heard it and latched onto it. I don't know what the cops would want with Miss Nancy. So if we have an elimination murder, who wanted to eliminate Miss Nancy and why? And not only does Dr. Gary Bricado believe it probably was an elimination murder, an entire panel of retired law enforcement people thought the same way. Not one of them can wrap their head around possible kidnap ransom gone wrong because the lady died. Not one can possible stalker obsessed person. I don't know why we can't say those are plausible. If we say, well, look, one of the daughters works in an area with unsavory people, while one works in a studio and gets to hobnob with world leaders. One has exposure to bad people, one does not. One surrounds herself in this area. One, you mean the one that went to work every day? Because of where she worked, she has chosen to surround herself with these types of people. What types of people, sir? Homeless, down on their luck, unhoused, whatever politically correct term you want to pull out of your ass today. We heard what you call them. The tweakers, the chasers, the jonesers. The guys that will do anything for a fucking bottle of water. That's according to the interview room. I'm trying to be nice. I should probably slow my roll so that way they won't be perceived as just a crazy lady out here spouting off her mouth. Okay, let's try. Sheriff's wife is friends with Sue Ellen. He needed money. Sue Ellen would get a cut. Indy City. Damn it. Don't do that to me. Oh my God. I don't know if the sheriff is smart enough to pull off an elaborate scheme. Y'all, he can barely pull off faking his resume shit. It'd come back to haunt him eventually. Maybe he thought because he got away with that for all those years, he could get away with something else, right? And botch it all. Yeah. I'm not behind it. All right, so let me pull this up. Oh my God, I was trying to yawn. Let me get my timestamp here. Now, some of these, I've got so much respect for some of these retired law enforcement, but what they're not realizing and they're not catching it in their own self is they're contradicting themselves. And I hate to point it out to y'all, but you are. I will question myself and my thoughts and my belief process while I'm trying to unpack a theory. But what I don't do is contradict myself. I can't jump on board with an elimination murder, then jump on board over here that it was that too. Then how do these two tie together? Make that make sense, right? So slow your rolls out there before y'all jump on all the popular bandwagons, retired experts. You're sending mixed signals, and that's really not a good look. Because somebody will see you say it here and not know that you said this over there, and then they're completely confused. And then I have to come in and say, yeah, but I saw this. Well, I didn't say that. Well, I did. So I will start keeping a record of all of that contradictory stuff. Because guess what? None of them experts on the internet talking have a fucking clue what happened to Miss Nancy either. Not a single solitary one of them. And then there's going to be those few that are trying to pretend they know stuff they just can't talk about, behind the scenes communications and all. That yucky. Start that mess with me and I will leave you high and dry and you can just stay out yonder in the weeds behind the scenes with all the people. Y'all do it without me. And you'll be the one having to come out and do an apology tour later, not me. So, anyway. Okay, so I'm going to pull up part of this. Let me make sure I got the right bite here. Yeah, we do. Okay. So this was, now I watched this whole episode, this Megan Kelly, whatever you pronounce. I'm so used to Megan Kelly. I watched this, like, what was day before yesterday, I think it was. And again, that Ashley Banfield episode was excellent. I'll show that part of that in a little bit too. Because Ashley really put her, because she already knew the Idaho 4 case. There's a lot of people from the Idaho 4 case that just fucking loathe Ashley Banfield because she reported on the Idaho 4 case. Ridiculous, right? If you don't like what she's reporting, don't tune in. Simple as that. But don't hate her based on coverage of one case. I don't watch her coverage on the Lynette Hooker case, but that don't mean I don't like Ashley, because I do. I'm just not interested in that weird case. I already know what happened, I feel like, and I already know what's going to happen, so therefore it's a to me.
But what do you make?
Okay, so I forget this gentleman's name here with Maureen and Megan, and this is just a clip where they're going to be talking about the ransom note and what Maureen is going to say about the ransom. Well, not the ransom note. That was the very first note. Let's try to keep those very separate. The very first note was ransom note. Number 2 note was, according to Bloom, an apology, but it was just a, hey, here's what happened kind of letter. Always was, by the way.
Of the attempts? We have about a minute left, and then we'll carry over you guys after the break. But what do you make of the attempt to sound kind of like likable, Maureen?
It sounds feminine to me. A lot of the verbiage is feminine. This buried with nature. It's like they're trying to comfort people. Why are you trying to comfort someone
It does
when
sound feminine?
It doesn't it? A lot of this does.
Yeah.
So it never made sense to me. Like, if you're going to do a straight up kidnapping, and I'm going back to actual kidnappings, high profile kidnappings that have happened in the United States, not no story. I don't, whatever, real kidnappings. I don't know that anywhere they come back and communicate about being remorseful for things. There's always communication, and the experts who negotiate with kidnappers will tell you that there's always a communication back and forth. It's not a one and done. Here's my note. Here's your note. We're done. Why do we have hostage negotiators? Kidnapping negotiators. It's a back and forth, right? And it can take a minute to get all the things worked out. So when Savannah and her family said, "Okay, you want a ransom for my mom? We need proof of life." They couldn't provide the proof of life. Insert letter number 2. Now, my question is the letter author really a female? Because I said from the beginning a female could very well be involved in this case. And why is Porch Guy not talking? Because the female's got that kind of hold on the Porch Guy. Possibly, in my opinion.
It's
Very good observation.
yeah. What guy is going to say, I'm, I could have never foreseen this, and nothing you could have done could have changed this. What? That is neither here nor there. That has nothing to do with anything. Well, I'll tell you what could have
That's so
changed it.
true.
You not breaking into the home of an 84-year-old woman. There's a breaking headline for you.
I love that about Maureen. Uh-oh, where did I just go? What had happened?
Thanks for watching this clip.
The internet's acting up. So, what do y'all think? Do y'all think it sounds like a feminine in nature? Just because of the verbiage, buried in nature, the poet type stuff people are trying to tie together. And to me, I didn't automatically go, "Oh my God, could Annie have written that?" I will tell you, I was like, pause. I already knew about the verbiage in the letter, but we didn't know what exactly was said in the letter. We still don't. Not, the people who have seen it are just reporting or confirming that, yes, it suggested this or suggested that, but they're not giving you a real, let me fix this, indication of what was in there. And we still don't know. But was that in response to the families saying, "We want proof of life before we pay you"? And because they couldn't provide the proof of life, they replied with this instead. You see what I'm saying? Now I wonder, and that's what I've always thought, that's not changed since the time these first came out. That's always been my stance. They couldn't provide proof of life, so they provided a story about what happened instead. Then the family says, "Okay, we understand, but we still want her back, and we're still willing to pay." And then the people bailed out and never been heard from again. That's problematic, in my opinion. They knew if they reached, and then the FBI, and we knew this months ago, did put money into the account to try to get a bite. If they could get that money to move, then they may be able to track that wallet. Because everybody's got a bad misconception about a wallet, a bunch of physical numbers, and a passcode that can sometimes damn near be a paragraph long. Trying to educate themselves on Bitcoin now. I would think Annie would be smart enough to hide her writing style. I don't think she wrote that. Yeah, I don't think she wrote it either. Because guess what? Annie Guthrie is not the only intellectual person in the country. Savannah, like you pointed out, Chris McDonough, works at NBC Studios. What are you saying? She works around intelligent people? Highly intelligent people? Articulate people who may or may not know about writing? Oh, that's a stretch, though, right? We can't go look over there at that shiny life because that's just too pretty. Because retired FBI agent that continues to go on and talk about how he was part of that task force that worked for NBC, who handled the stalking allegations directed at their female staff over and over and over, a handful a year. But that's been overlooked on the internet. I reported on it. I tried to get a lot of engaging conversation around that. But people were still trying to figure out if it was SA gone wrong back then, so they weren't interested. Because SA gone wrong, it's got to be. Why go in there and take that lady? Fuck, stalkers have been around forever. Haven't y'all heard? Rebecca Schaefer opened her front door and was murdered by her stalker. The Tepe family home invaded in the middle of the night by a stalker, obsessed individual. Shot and killed that man and that woman with their babies present in their home. He's a stalker. Obsessed individual. But hey, that could not have happened over here in the Nancy Guthrie case, right? Look at Savannah. She's too nice. Nobody would want to harm her. What if Savannah got a promotion that somebody else thought they should have got 25 years ago? And she has stewed on it for 25 years. And she has seen all this success. And everybody's falling all over America's darling, talking about recipes and the latest styles and fashions and everything's beautiful puppies and rainbows in the world. And then Tucson's daughter, they come out and air this big special on her mother, showing you how much she loves her. I don't know, y'all. There's a million things that could have happened. Take stalker obsessed person out of the equation. A person living right there in Tucson, sitting down to their TV dinner at night going, God, I wish I had a better way. Turns on the news and there's Tucson's daughter parading her mother all over the TV screen. Wait a minute. I've seen that lady down the road. I run into her daughter over there at that shop over there by where I get my food at the soup kitchen. Damn, they got that much money? I did not know. Huh, it could have happened that easily too, Chris McDonough. It doesn't have to be Annie and Tom seeking revenge, seeking all of Nancy's money, jealousy of Savannah and her beautiful life. It doesn't have to be all of that. Could be, but doesn't have to be. And I'm just trying to figure out how they got there all because they took her car and didn't give it back when he thought they should have. I'll ask again, is that literally what it's being based on? I don't know. I'm still trying to unpack it. Chris is wanting to bring this to us in a several part series. And we got to get that broke up in between the Ramsey series. And remember, Chris McDonough did come out at the beginning of the Ramsey series and tell you he was cleared by a letter the DA gave him. But in the Nancy Guthrie case, he will tell you no one's ever cleared until an arrest is made, regardless of what the cops tell you. But in the Ramsey case, that does not apply because the DA said he was innocent, DNA and all. So y'all, keep that stuff in mind and watch out for those contradicting bullshit statements that come out of people's mouths. So A lot of people now are saying, well, we didn't realize Savannah meant that her mom was dead. Well, now we do. Okay, well, Chris McDonough apparently believed it from the beginning. I don't know why if the letter was not real, though. How can you say you believe Savannah, but at the same time you don't believe in the letters? Again, contradicting much? I'm paying attention because you keep telling me you got all this experience I should rely on, that I'm stupid, which I find a little insulting. I don't appreciate it, actually, from anybody. And the more I watch, now we're all going to have times we disagree with theories and we don't agree with opinions, and we can say that, hey, I don't know, I don't think that, I think this, whatever. Chris McDonough is getting pushback from his own panel, and they're quickly realizing we can't say a word back to this guy. And if you don't believe me, watch the shows and pay attention and get out of the weeds long enough to pay attention. When they don't respond, it speaks volumes to a man who appears to have nothing but tunnel vision. And I'm trying to keep an open mind and be extremely polite at the moment, so I'm not perceived as some crazy lady on the internet. I could be. The reason why I keep saying that, because he keeps going live and telling y'all that. And I hope all you creators are paying attention. The masses are being told not to listen to us because we have no training and experience. Are y'all okay with that? You support that shit? I don't. I think that's rude. How can you go out and support these YouTubers, Chris, on the street, but then come out and tell us we're all stupid because we don't got no training and experience? Huh? Word salad? Again, you knew Alex's people would come to your channel if you said one positive thing about him. Didn't you, sir? There we go with the clicks and views, y'all. That's how it works. And why? You're welcome. Don't let them fool you. Any of them. Jesus Christ. All right, let me get this set up. I mean, your bullshit, the bullshit meter is just pegged at this moment, and I see a lot of people's bullshit, and I'd probably need to just be quiet. Just know I know, and if you don't see me around, you know maybe there's a reason. Okay, so which one is this? Okay. And I don't run support someone just because they support somebody I like, right? In that moment. There's a lot of that going around. Oh, you spoke nicely about Alex. Oh, everybody run over there. Whether you like the person or not, just because they jumped on the bandwagon today. They doing it for the wrong reason, y'all, so don't go over there and run following. Jesus Christ, realize they're doing it for the wrong reason. I got to get this where I can see, where I can get my time stamp. Now, so Chris McDonough has gone down to Arizona, right? And he went out to Nancy's, he went out to Annie's, and he went over to where Annie worked at the social club thing. What is it called again? Splinter Social Club. And then he realizes quickly that there's a homeless encampment around the corner. There's a random car lot nearby. He's like, whoa, this is too much for me. Annie's house and Annie's shop where she makes the jewelry is just way too close to homeless people for my comfort. Then he's like, where would you get a porch guy if you needed a porch guy? You need to get a bad guy. Where are you going to go? Are you going to go ask your bad guy friends? Are we going to put an ad in the paper? Are we going to walk outside of our local place of business thinking about it and going, you know what? That homeless camp right there, might have some criminals, and maybe I can get one to help me out. Probably you can. Or you might get told, I'm not a criminal, I'm just homeless. But Chris is convinced that that's what happened, that there's a possibility Annie Guthrie, and he's not come out and said it, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it for Chris McDonough, and I'm not going to be the one to say it for him, so him and his wife can avoid saying that themselves. Y'all don't miss that part either, okay? While he's presenting the case and telling the panel and the people, but he wants y'all to be the ones to say it, which I find weird. Because if I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it. So, what they have said in his presentation is Annie Guthrie could have connected with somebody in the homeless camp. He does not say the homeless person is the porch guy, because homeless people aren't smart enough to be the bridge, or not the bridge guy, but the porch guy, was pretty much what he said. Nobody on the panel or in the chat believes the homeless guy could be smart enough to be the bridge guy. I mean, the damn porch guy. And why are we now saying porch guy is smart? Because he hasn't been caught yet. Anyway, so Chris is implying that Annie would have gotten help from the homeless camp. He has also implied that somehow maybe the car lot could have loaned the people the car, because, hey, we just loan cars to homeless people. Maybe they're friends. Criminals stick together. I don't know, y'all, but I don't know that that's a theory I can get behind either. What's Annie's motivation? Motivation. Why? Was she just mad? I'm ready to get to the motivation, because then we got Dr. Gary Bricado going along with Chris, the cook and the waiter. I said from the beginning when we watched that video, when the porch guy video come out, who's the hired gun? There's a difference between me and Dr. Gary. He's got the cook and the waiter. I'm like, that's the hired gun. I'm from the streets, not literally from the streets, but I'm street smart. The guy at the door is your hired gun. It was obvious who hired the guy at the door. Was it Annie Guthrie? Was it Tommaso? Why? Everybody's going to come in and say, well, because they wanted all of Nancy's money. They asked for a loan. She denied it. They were sick of it. They were tired of being her caregivers. They were just done with it all. They're weird. They're into witchcraft. They write funky poetry. He cooks Italian food. They play in a band. What else am I missing? What else am I missing about Annie and Tom that's bizarre in people's minds? Was that it? Oh, I think now they're making, I'm going to make her, Annie, is going to be like extremely jealous of Savannah. You can tell by the way she looked at her sister. Savannah's in such denial. She doesn't want to believe her sister's involved. What the fuck? And y'all think she's only mad at Alex Zabel? The interview room has made more implications about Annie and Tommaso than Alex Zabel ever uttered out of his tattooed face. Exactly. Annie is not making jewelry for the last year. She is, I'm not, yeah, wherever she's doing, I've seen that comment in so many places. She could have met the guy a year ago. Chris is going to say that, I guarantee you. Right? People have already told him. He's been made aware that they're shutting the place down. She hasn't been there. He doesn't care. She could have connected with him a year ago, right? Also, they have put forward now that the person who ran the shop where Annie was working, right? They also joined the coalition to help with the homeless, and they were doing things there, and they had the rehab program. Now this one is not far-fetched to me. Because I'm not buying Annie hated her mother, Annie was sick of being a caregiver, or Annie's jealous of her sister. But what if they were doing programs around there with the rehab people, right? And with the convicts. What if one of the convicts, or ex-cons rather, that were there doing the rehab work for whatever they were doing around there, however, whatever the programs were, what's the chance one of them didn't find out who Nancy Guthrie was because of Annie? Right? It's all over the news. We're not going to forget that, Chris McDonough, because that's huge with victimology. How can you say she was such a low risk when her life was put on full display just a few months before this happened? Because we cannot and will not blame Savannah? Because we don't do that to the people who look down their noses at the rest of the world. We don't blame them for stuff. They've done everything right. We will never blame them for anything. But Annie didn't have as much success, so we're going to blame her. Is Annie feeling depressed because she let her own success go to be the mother's caregiver, and now she's seeking revenge? What are y'all doing there? That's weird. That means everybody out there caring for their mother while one of their siblings can go live their fabulous life. You're going to be accused of murdering your mama one day, according to the internet. People like Chris McDonough, maybe. Now, he's not wrong about, if we're trying to find where Porch Guy could have come from and who would have hired him and all that. Obviously, criminals, I hate to do this to you, Alex, but criminals work in criminal networks. My God. Investigation 101, sir. If I need a criminal, I'm going to go find the criminals and ask one. But the more people you put into your plan, the more people you got to contend with later who might spill the beans on you once $1 million+ is offered up to the table. And Chris also wanted to say something about, we interviewed one of those homeless people, and we mentioned that the ransom was $1 million, but the person corrected me and told me exactly how much it was. And a homeless person can't be up on the news today. What are you doing? What are you saying, sir? There's a whole bunch of implications there that I'm not cool with. What about the brother? Right. She was going to live forever, so I don't see that being in the minds of the daughters. Look, I've had this conversation even with Keith, and I were talking about it. Was there a possibility Annie was just like over the caregiving phase, right? I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing. I've been a caregiver of a bedridden individual twice, actually more than that, but damn it, way more than that. You don't get tired of it like that. It could probably affect some people to that point if it's really bad and you've got no help whatsoever. But we're talking about individuals who need you 24/7 to rely on you for care, to help get my food, get my medicine, get my beverages, help me get baths, help me get changed, all of that stuff. Nancy wasn't that level of caregiving, right? So I can't get behind Annie being a fed up caregiver. That it's just too much. And Nancy was Ubering around all town all by herself. Shit. She may have struggled to get to the mailbox, but she could fucking climb into an Uber when she felt like it. Did that a couple times from what I've heard. So there's nothing there that made me think Nancy was a burden to Annie as far as the caregiving role. So then take that off the table. What's left? Jealousy? I need money. Tom and I can't get enough money. We've worked. We still can't get enough money. Mom won't help us. Does she ask Savannah, or does she already say, well, Savannah's not going to help either? So the best thing we do now is murder Mom and make a big elaborate scheme and hope that Alex Zabel don't find out the truth sitting out in front of my mama's house. What That's weird too. Um, what's left for Annie if it's not I'm sick of being a caregiver or I need all this money and they won't help me? What other motive is left? I can't think of one outside of those two motives. So that's why I haven't got there with Annie and Tom yet. Everybody around a feeling there's the band, there's the music, that all the weird. There's a lot of weird things going on out in this world, y'all, that I see every day, all day. It's just weird. Um, and sometimes it's just weird, right? Doesn't make it a thing like this. Live-in caretakers have it much more stressful. They do. Ain't nobody there to help you. I've done it once, Alzheimer's with a mother-in-law. I moved in with her because I didn't want her. You can't leave an Alzheimer's patient alone. I lived with my grandfather, and I held his hand while he drew his last breath with full-blown Alzheimer's. I've taken care of my aunt who was dying of cancer. I've taken care of several family members, full-blown caregiver, to the point where I've had to be the one to bathe them, change the diaper and all. I know what the burden a caregiver lives. I know that role all too well. But I've never once considered unaliving my family member because this is just too damn much. Now I'm going to sit down at the end of the night. I'm going to break down and cry and get a night's sleep and put my big girl pants back up on in the morning and get it done. Because my pawpaw took care of me his entire life. I was raised by my parents, don't get me wrong, but my pawpaw took care of me my entire life. And I would have done it all over again, right? I think a lot of us feel that way. It's not fun, but our first go-to isn't to harm the person we care for. Has it happened out in the past? Yes. Older couples even do it. We've heard the murder suicides. I've heard of them over the years where the caregiving becomes unbearable. But that's a whole different circumstance. Nancy Guthrie wasn't that level of caregiving. Shit. Not if November she's out and about at a fucking bar drinking a margarita. 3 months later, she's down in the bed and can't move. No, that's not happening. If y'all believe that was the case, I got so aggravated seeing that in the comments early in this case, right? Poor Miss Nancy, all decrepit, lived out there alone in the dark, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, damn you self-righteous son of a bitches. I hope nothing ever happens in your world of perfectism. Perfection living over here. I don't like those who pretend to live in perfection because I know you're full of imperfections, like Savannah Guthrie. The more they portray her as being perfect, the more I'm seeing her as far from perfect. And I don't know if the interview room, Chris McDonough's got a crush on her or not, Karen, but he is full of sympathy and empathy for Savannah Guthrie and has absolutely none for Annie. And in fact, will sit there with this weird look on his face, disgusted that anybody on panel even wants to give her an ounce of it, a molecule of it. I don't understand. But then, we're just asking questions. We're not pointing the fingers at anybody. We're just asking questions. We don't do that over here. We don't point the fingers, but you guys, you do it, okay? Do it for us based on the information we're presenting. Don't worry, they will. And then run and tell everybody how fucking great you are because you shouted out those YouTubers. Now, one thing that apparently they will be doing on the interview room is Karen claims that she spoke to Nancy's church lady friends. And boy, the panel got excited. Oh my God, good job. What'd they say? And it's apparently not going to be all that. Well, I did the best I could. Oh, what is that supposed to mean? They talked reluctantly, or you caught them in the grocery store parking lot? We won't know until the next installment Stay tuned. All right, let me get my timestamp here. I could actually probably go on until 10 o'clock tonight just reviewing some of the shit that I had saved in the past 2 days. Questions. You heard that too? Blessings and thank you to all for. Right. Thank you, Man X Cat. Yes, blessings and thank you to all the caregivers. They are amazing people. Anybody out there doing that today, being that caregiver, standing up and taking care of your loved one, you deserve all the flowers. All of them. While everybody else is sitting around idly complaining about the weather or something crazy, right? We should wake up every day with gratitude in our hearts. So yes, thank you to all of the caregivers out there, because that's such a thankless job, right? One of the hardest things to do. And the person you're caring for, they just don't got a clue. Bless their hearts, that the toll that could be taken on you. All right, so let me find, where am I at here? Oh, okay. Let me get this set up. Okay. Oh, I went backwards instead of forward. Okay, here we go, right here. All right, this was on the lab the other night, and it was a long show. So I'm just gonna play a clip from there. But I need to go to the restroom first. Hang on, let me get all this set up. 29:43. I'm still at the wrong spot. Okay. Okay, so they're going to talk. I believe this is where they talk about. Well, they talk about what was said in when Savannah come out and made the statement on the 7th, right? About believing their mother had passed away. They're going to start with that conversation, and then they're going to go into. Remember when Savannah and Annie and Tom walks down the driveway from Nancy's, and they go out and place the flowers in the cart out there? So now they're wondering, well, why, if Savannah and the family thought Nancy had already been killed, and they came out with that video on the 7th, why walk down the driveway and place a card out there on the memorial? Chris is having a real hard time understanding why that would happen. Now, some people on the panel tried to explain what could be taking place, but he doesn't want to hear it. Because you're all stupid. It doesn't make sense. It might if you were grieving. But hey, I guess you're the authority on grief as well. Remember all that training and experience makes you an expert on grief as well. And I understand, before y'all come at me about Chris McDonough and his grief, I know he lost a child. So have I. So I understand the grief. Which is why I got a fucking problem with him not understanding the grief. Now, I don't know why Annie decided to go put a letter out there, a card out there, but I will tell you a little story. My daughter was 16 years old and healthy as she could be when she suddenly died of a brain aneurysm that we did not know she had. After my daughter passed away 22 years ago, she's buried up here in the countryside, out by the edge of the woods where the little deers can come and frolic whenever they feel like it. I would go out there, and guess what I would find? Letters left to my daughter from her best friend Guess where they're all at right now? I have them. All but one got rained on, but I kept it anyway. So it's not unusual for someone to leave something symbolic at a memorial, Chris McDonough, but you want to go ahead and tell the masses that that's completely fucking ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. And I don't know why you got to pretend that it is to make a story better. What is he going to feel like egg all over his face if they absolutely prove later on that Annie had nothing to do with this? Will he just say, well, we were just asking questions, guys? But I guarantee you, if I was the one doing all this toward Annie, they'd have something to say about all that. I'd be the bad person then. So I'm just saying that's the kind of shit that I find weird, that I don't tolerate. And I don't support it. I don't pretend to sugarcoat it. And I'm not going to feel one way today because y'all might like me better if I do. Oh, fucking whatever. You're going to like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. Shouldn't be based on how I feel in the moment, if I'm supporting your favorite person or not, right? Can we all have an opinion and just say that sucks or hey, that's cool and just go on? Let's watch this little clip. While this is playing, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Y'all are probably like, please do, shut up.
Family arm in arm, hand in hand, and Annie has a card that she's going to place on the curb at the memorial that's no longer there. It's disappeared. Apparently it ended up at KVOA for some strange reason.
How did it get there?
Great question. There's a note, there's a letter out in front where the memorial used to be. Please bring all items to KVOA, which just happens to be a couple of blocks away from the park that I just showed last night. Coinky dink. Anyway,
Gary,
go ahead, Bob.
No, continue on that, and then I'll ask Gary the question. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering if they have this note, i.e., on the within a certain time frame, then why do you have to leave a card at the memorial to your mother?
I mean, it could just be sentimental.
Yeah, as it's a memorial, so yeah, it could. That's the way I think, or what I think as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't recall the wording. Did we ever find the wording of the card?
It's you can Josh, you can pull it up. Scorched earth.
So Gary, while he's looking for that, you mentioned that you didn't think Nancy was buried. What do you think happened to her body, assuming she's dead?
I think that it was either abandoned somewhere where it was eaten or deteriorated by the elements, which would certainly make her with nature, but not necessarily buried with it, or it was mutilated in some way. Remember that Dr. Burgess and Victor Petrecka and I at Boston College.
We know your Boston College research dismembered bodies.
Studied the offenses of mutilation and dismemberment and distinguished between those constructs. And if you look in Wikipedia under dismemberment or mutilation, you'll see our definitions are there.
Oh, his definitions are there in the Wikipedia. Okay, so he got some dismember stuff right. What does that got to do with this?
Put into the literature with Michael Stone, actually.
Okay, here we go.
And we discovered.
Yeah, so the doctor loses me when he gets long-winded about what they discovered in his research. I cannot take this doctor seriously on his research no more than I can Dr. John Matthias. I have my reasons. If y'all pay attention, you'll see. If you're part of the crew that studies Dr. John Matthias, you should be able to see what I'm talking about without me having to point it out. But anyway, I'm not really concerned about what the doctor's got to say. He's just a doctor on the internet. I'm concerned about what these cops are saying to the masses about what Annie Guthrie did or didn't do and why. and trying to say that it is extremely weird for her to leave a card. And then they're going to go attack the way she writes as well. Karen, or one of them, points out, or I think it was Maureen, 3 times fire is mentioned in this card. Scorched earth. What was it? He's not on this panel, but the other cop that comes on the interview room says, now he's a cop, mind you, detective, head of the department, whatever the hell he used to do, got some books coming out. Now he's a handwriting expert too, sort of. He says the fact that the strokes are downward means the person writing this was depressed. Well, you talking about Annie? Her mother's missing, sir. And she's being accused of it. That's not depressing? Whatever. I don't need any handwriting analysis done on this letter for me to get there. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't even want to look at a report from a handwriting analysis person who doesn't know Annie Guthrie or her baseline. Until you come at me with a baseline study, we might can discuss your work. Until then, stop it.
That most of the people who do that are doing it to get rid of evidence. And what I think is that, especially in an era where a tiny drop of DNA, could lead to somebody's arrest, there is this effort to complete.
Before everybody thinks I'm just totally off my rocker, I understand doctors they can dismember the body, dispose. We don't want DNA found. We all know how someone may want to get rid of a body where there's no trace left. They're even going to discuss the javelinas, and they're all got a little weirded out on the interview room, like, oh, y'all mean like the pig pen? Come on, that's common knowledge in the South. They're all there freaking out because the only thing left is a tooth? God dang.
Completely deteriorate bodies, whether it's through fire or leaving them to be destroyed by elements or putting in water or butchery of some sort. And I don't mean to be graphic, but I just do not believe that she was ceremoniously buried. I think the point was to eliminate every speck, which raises the question, what really happened to her that you have to conceal?
Well, do you think
What really happened to her that you have to conceal? What's he suggesting? See, they're extra. It's not enough that Miss Nancy was kidnapped out of her home at 2 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. That's not enough.
A heart attack, and you're going to confess that she died of a heart attack? Leave her somewhere. That means something else happened to her that you do not want found on an autopsy.
Something else happened to her that you don't want found on an autopsy. Odd you're saying this on the lab and not on the interview room, Dr. Gary. You afraid the internet might come for you again? You gonna go MIA for a couple weeks until it blows over again? I pay attention. Sorry. It's a habit.
so? Do you believe the note to be real? Like, do you think it's?
I think that if it was written by the offenders or offender, I think it's offenders, it might have even been written before the crime. It was the cover story. The cover story is, we went in to kidnap her and it was an abduction attempt for money and she died. That's the cover story. I do not believe that story at all. I am increasingly.
I understand what he was saying, that they all think that she was left to the elements, especially based on the wording of the card. My point is, Gary is going and saying things were done to the body you don't want seen by autopsy. Now, you could burn it, dismember it, leave it out for the javelinas, the coyotes, whatever y'all, however our imagination wants to take it. But what he said is important. What the accusation he meant. Yeah, y'all, I know why you put bodies in the elements. I've been covering true crime for like 40 years. I'm looking for 2 local missing girls right now. We're pretty sure one ended up in a hog pen. I know what they mean by the elements. I'm not. That to me is not. That's a no-brainer. You got to put the body somewhere. I don't know if they buried it or left it for the elements. I get why. That's not what I'm doing. I'm more concerned. He said things were done to Miss Nancy that you don't want autopsy to see. What was he talking about? Rape? Beating? I'm trying to get there. The weeds are going to get us all into trouble. We're going to get the ticks. So let's get out of them for a minute. Why would he say that? Okay, he's got this down as an elimination murder. Hold on, I'm making a list for you, doctor. I want to evaluate and see if these people are right in the end. I'm being told we're all, we can only watch them. They got all the brains, all the training and experience. So I got to make sure. So in the future, I know for sure. Hold on. Elimination murder. Without giving us a reason as to who would have wanted that elimination done, because he's yet to say. He wants to make sure. I'm not implying someone did anything, but I'm telling you it was an elimination murder. Let's fucking get off the internet. Okay, elimination murder. Things done to the body. Like what? That they want concealed. Don't forget that part. And then go see how many creators y'all figure out regurgitate this bullshit.
Convinced it was, we're going to go in and eliminate this woman, and we have to make it look like strangers did it. Why would they do that? They're abducting her for money. Okay, but we can't.
Tell me he's better than Dr. John Matthias. And I know every single one of y'all in this chat, if a lot of y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. And I've seen people actually go run over there and tear John Matthias to pieces and run to this chat and applaud Dr. Gary Bricado. I've seen it with my own eyes. And I'm like, damn, are we just over there ragging on John Matthias because it's popular? Or do we even know what we're fucking talking about at this point?
Collect the money because, they're going to figure out who it is. All right, got to make it look like that was our goal, but we're not going to get it because she died accidentally. And I think that is a very typical kind of cover story that would be used in an elimination homicide, where you want somebody out of the way, you got to make it look like a stranger did it. And fake ransom notes are very common. And I think there was a fake ransom note in the Ramsey case, for example.
Look at the.
We didn't ask you about the Ramsey case. We have not even touched on you in that case yet. The jury's still out. We're still unpacking that investigation. Another installment coming to you tonight from the interview room. Fuck.
Verbiage. She's speaking in this. First of all, she's speaking as a child. Hey, this is a very fear-driven language. It's almost like she reverts back to child.
Now Chris is a expert at analyzing what's happening in this note. Now Annie's going to revert back to childhood. Y'all know why? She says, mama, mommy, lab, bless your heart. I don't know how you do it. Again, tries to point out, well, Savannah also speaks of her mama that way. Oh yeah, prove it. Prove it, Josh. Josh is like, well, in the video, she said, I said, prove it, Josh. That's what I thought. That's the way he's coming across anymore. Not Josh, but Chris McDonough. I'm starting to wonder what's going on. Even the pushback from your own panel sends you next level. It's odd. Instead of saying, well, okay, you guys are, I can,
being a child.
Well, Chris,
Yes.
when you showed this letter on the program, and I'm going to point something out again, what's the smallest word on that letter? And it's the one that's underlined. What's
Love.
the most obscured word there?
Love.
Exactly. Why?
okay. Why love? What? That's not love. Is right there. LOVE. Our love burns bright. That is not the most obscured word, and it's not even underlined on that line. So what are they talking about? They're looking at what they feel are oddities and making something about nothing. They're cops, not handwriting analysis people, and not a language interpretation people.
Is it the smallest word? Why is it the one that's the most garbled?
Yep.
I'm not a handwriting analyst, but I can look at things and say, well, that's interesting.
Well, and in this note, she's speaking for her husband, her child, and her. Okay. And she starts it off, where's it at? Mama.
I noticed that Savannah did that too, though.
No, Savannah didn't do that. That was
No, Savannah didn't do that. That was Annie. And Josh is like, well, I got to go get that video. Hold on. I'm like, damn. So I don't know if Chris is in fantasy land when it comes to Savannah, or why he's so, does he just think that Savannah's automatically going to be so intelligent she would never use the word mama or mommy? Now, in the South, you're going to hear mama everywhere you turn, right? You go to the ballpark, you go anywhere, you're going to hear mama, and you got all these ladies turning around at the same time because somebody's kid just yelled mama. Mommy, not something my family uses. It's just not the way we speak, right? So everybody in every region around the country talks differently. But Savannah does say mommy in her video, but not to the, Crystal didn't think it was enough to be like, okay, you're right. She does it too. But I don't know why he is so, I can't figure out why he's so hating on Annie. Is it just because the FBI took her car and kept it longer than he thought they should have? Because remember, he was stuck on that for weeks. They got the car. They haven't got the car. That's all we heard about from this guy. Even when other people were trying to tell him, FBI agents, hey, my God, they got to put that car back together. He still didn't want to hear it. So who's the one with the problem? Us or him? With the not listening situation.
Annie.
No, she called her mommy.
Well, okay.
Well, okay.
Didn't she? I remember.
Yeah, she did.
Go back to the go back to that other first video.
He wants them to go back and pull that video so they can watch Annie sit there and go, mama, mama. Even though his fellow cop also agreed, yes, Savannah does speak that way about her mother. Oh, we'll go get the video. I want to show you. I want to point out just how bad Annie is. Again, is it because Savannah's a journalist like your wife? Oh, hell. I'm just going to mute out and let these fuckers play for a moment while I ponder that one.
Let me see here.
And you notice all of the handwriting is angled downward, which tends to indicate depression.
We are standing in ash on scorched earth. Sounds like a burning.
Half of our family. We want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom. Yes. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. please reach out to us.
Wait, hold on. This is before or after the note about the we're sorry?
This is before. This is the very first.
I see.
Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy.
Yeah, and so like I don't know if that's, you know, I'm certainly not willing to criticize her for calling her mother mommy, but let me
Yeah, the one I was interested in is Annie, how she says it.
did she talk in that one?
Yeah, I mean, she had a whole sentence. She had a
Oh, I
whole
know what you're
paragraph.
talking about, yeah, Chris. You just had one of your viewers here asked a question when I was talking about downward angle. Is most prevalent in the first two stanzas, the first four lines. If you'll look at it, and in fact, the way Mama's written, it begins on the left and it tends to descend. It's not a pronounced downward angle, but if you're looking at it where it begins on the left, it ends lower.
All right. So when he was describing this, I'm thinking to myself, man, and I have thought this to myself over many, many, many years, right? Because I follow true crime. I never, ever want a handwriting analysis person to look at my writing. I'm a Gemini. There is literally two versions of me in this body, and they both write very differently. My handwriting will change line to line. And you won't know it's me that wrote that. Back when we were in school and my sister needed Mama's signature forged, I was the go-to person because I was pretty good at it. I'm just saying. Got a cop analyzing some handwriting now with some downward motions.
On the right, and that's what I was talking about as far as that this. I'm sorry, that's my dog who's apparently commenting on my commentary.
Yeah.
But that's what I was talking about, and that sort of downward angle in writing can be indicative of someone who's either sad or depressed.
Sad or depressed. Her mother is missing, sir. Is she sad and depressed because her mom's missing or because she's afraid y'all are going to find out any minute she was involved? Okay, why can we not just say that instead of sitting on the internet going, well, what does he mean by that? When it's pretty fucking clear what he means by that. Oh, goodness. Ark, you're right. And that when they took that car apart, they were able to verify, even from the infotainment stuff on the car, everything, when that car was moved, because we know that Tommaso allegedly took Annie home, not Annie, but Miss Nancy home after the dinner that night. If the car moved at 2 a.m., so to speak, right? Did Tom sneak out of the house, or Annie, because people suspected Porch Guy was Annie. I don't know how they got there, but they did. I wasn't going to argue with all that. If y'all see Annie at that door, end of discussion between me and you. I can't fix stupid or broken. That's why I'm single. The car would have explained a lot. Right? Did they get in the car at 2 a.m., drive back over to Nancy's and kidnap her? Did they put Nancy's body into that car? Was Nancy's blood in that car? Nancy's DNA was supposed to be in the car because she drove home in the car. So her touch DNA is going to be on the door handle, the seat itself, the seat belt. So there was a lot the car could prove and disprove at the same time, right? And if y'all saw pictures of Brian Koberger's car when the FBI got through with it, they're probably still trying to piece that bitch back together.
When you look at, and so Annie wrote this note, correct? that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. When you go back to the first video that they did, I remember being on the show and somebody asked me in the comments or in the questions what I thought about Annie's demeanor. And I said that I thought that she was sedated. And, she, I mean, I can only imagine what the family was feeling at this point, but that's what I remember saying.
Did Annie go to her doctor and say, I need sedation? What about Cameron and Savannah? Not a possibility? They wouldn't need sedation? No little something to help them rest tonight, a little anxiety, beta blocker maybe? Just Annie.
About Annie from that first video, she just looked scared to death, but she also looked like she was just in a trance, and in my opinion, she looked somewhat sedated.
Well, you're also going to go by somebody in the chat telling you that the house dead behind Nancy was empty, and y'all are willing to go down that road all these months later. You're just now questioning whether or not that house behind Nancy was empty. Huh. Brian Enton went and interviewed that person a long time ago. Walked from their yard through the wash all the way up to Nancy's back pool area. The cul-de-sac back there where all these houses are occupied, that nobody in the right mind was going to come down that road and park without being seen and noticed and make their way through the wash and end up in Nancy's backyard. That was never on the table for me. But you go ahead and listen to them chatters tell you that. And then in a few minutes, Dr. Gary, who's been weighing in on this elimination murder and weighing in on the fact that Annie is suspicious, is just now about to realize Savannah Guthrie was upset with the sheriff because she tried to insist her mother did not walk away. In fact, I clipped it and made a whole ass video about it. Just now realized that very important piece of information, but yet has been weighing in all this time without having all the facts.
Let me see.
Are you queuing that one up,
But they're the critical thinkers, mind you.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the one where Annie speaks, but they seem to on a lot of them they cut hers out. I don't know why.
A woman. Talk to her. She is our beacon.
Okay.
We are her. Talk to her, and you'll see. The light is.
Is this the first one?
Yes. And this is the one where Annie speaks.
Nancy is our mother.
Oh,
We
go
are her
back.
children.
I think they cut it.
She is our.
Chris, go back. They cut it. You don't see the most bizarre part yet. Go back.
She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see. The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama. Mama.
Mama. So they're going to go into that. Yeah, Rachel. Yeah, I agree with that too, Carrie. There's been this discrepancy about, according to the interview room, that she waited hours to call her sister. But we've done shows on that and the time zone stuff. And if you go back and listen to the calls, and then you go back and listen to the dispatch calls that we also have now, she didn't wait for hours to call Savannah. I don't know where he got that from without taking the time zone into consideration, right? Even Savannah, when she talks about it. And one thing about Savannah, oh, you've already called the hospitals? Well, I'm going to call them too. As if Annie didn't do a good enough job. That was my first impression of that comment. But everybody else saw it differently. But, I know I'm different.
If you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you. She lives in constant pain. She is.
Do you know how many days this was after she went missing?
Yeah, it was right after.
Right after they got the notes, right?
Yeah, it was within 4 or 5 days, I think.
Okay.
Without any medicine.
And then the note claims that she died a couple of days after.
I agree, Karen. Welcome in, and you are correct. I've heard the same things. Very cutthroat over there at the NBC Today show. Come put your whole life on display. Bring your mom. Hey, how about going to your mom's house and let's go down there to KVOA and see if they'll go over there with a camera crew, and your mom can show us how to make the bed from her bedroom. I don't think Chris McDonough watched that. And that, according to him and all of his experience, that doesn't matter, guys. It's got nothing to do with nothing. Annie worked at a shop near a homeless camp. Got everything to do with everything. Savannah works at NBC and hobnobs with world leaders. He said that himself.
She was abducted.
Needs it to survive.
Yeah, and I think some of this is written, obviously trying to personalize her, trying to, make sure that the perpetrator, if there is a perpetrator, the feds are going to play it as if she's alive and as if she's kidnapped. That's how, that's just common sense. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to personalize her here. And
Miss Guthrie was independent. Why didn't she have a professional stay at night? She didn't need one. 3 months before she was abducted, she was fine. She was at a table enjoying a cocktail with her daughters, laughing and kicking it up. I don't know why Nancy would need an overnight caregiver. Because she had a cane? I've seen old people walk off and leave their canes in the restaurant, at the Walmart. You're like, hey, you're forgetting your cane. They're like, oh, hell yeah, I forgot I needed that, right? All we know is she needed a cane. I don't know that Nancy was not bedridden. Nancy wasn't on the verge of entering a nursing home. Nancy was nowhere near needing a live-in caregiver. Her daughter lived a couple of minutes down the street, right? No one's shown me anything that says Nancy would have even needed an overnight caregiver at this point. I don't know how we got there with that, because I guess because of the hearing aids and the cane. Hell, I need both those right now myself, but I'm not dead. Promise, bet.
We're going to ask for that proof of life in the end of it. But what's interesting is,
yes, Faye, people need to get over this being alone at 86 years old. I mean, my dad is so damn independent. We're going to play hell getting him to move into one of us when it's time, right? We already know it's time. The man can barely hear, just like Miss Nancy. But guess what's not going to happen? He's not moving in with us. He won't.
they're talking to the perpetrator. And they're trying to personalize her, but you have Annie, into her comments, she says, if Mama, if you're listening. Okay. And so Annie's trying to talk to her mom. Whereas probably the direction from the BAU was, look, you got to talk directly to the suspects in this thing.
But he's going to point out that Annie's the one that went off script.
Mm-hmm. We discussed that on your show,
Right.
whether or not we thought the BAU had input in this, and I think we all agreed that they definitely gave them some talking points at least.
Yeah, and that's where I think they crafted some of this and modified it. And Annie modified it as a writer, a poet, to, she's the light, she's this, she's that. And
Annie modified it. No, the BAU already knew what Annie wrote, had it in her hand before she went out there. What is this man doing? She may have ad-libbed and put her own, but the BUA was apparently fine with it. She went off script as if she just screwed something up. Is there a right and a wrong way to talk to an abductor or kidnapper? The BAU's not even sure. But Chris McDonough is. Annie's done went off the fucking rails here, y'all.
And then she, ad-libs in there, if you're listening. And she's speaking in past tense. The word if is a really important word.
Well, people wouldn't, I wouldn't even be reviewing him, Carrie, if he wasn't telling the masses a bunch of bullshit. And it's not a little, it's Delphi, Idaho 4, Sebastian Rogers, Nancy Guthrie. They all bring their things to the table. All these cases have fuckery, and I can usually ignore all of it because it doesn't matter to the case. But when there are thousands of people who want information, and the people on the panel are trying to make them think you can only trust me because of my training and experience without all the facts, is problematic. And when you go and you hold a series of shows unpacking the life of Annie Guthrie and only going with that one theory, that's problematic. And it's weird.
When you're under this kind of stress, because it projects.
I don't think it's about the Benjamin for this guy. He needs to be right. Because some people are just in it for money, but not everybody is. Psychopathy works in a very strange way. It's not all for a click and a view. A lot of times it is. A lot of times it's far deeper than just a click and a view. There are many egos out there right now today. Come watch my video. It's the best. I got a shout out from so-and-so. That's egotistical driven.
Almost this uncertainty.
Yeah.
And you just look at her, the way she is carrying herself. You can see Cameron, you can tell his training is kicked in here as a pilot.
Oh, he's got Cameron as just this amazing man. His training, he's a pilot. Although he throws shade at Cameron, because how would Cameron decide that, yes, sweetheart, talking to Savannah, this could be because of you? What got him there, Chris wonders? His military training and intelligence? I'm a cop. My training gets me there. He's just got intelligence, but he's pointing the finger at his sister. He didn't like that. He didn't like him pointing his finger at his crush.
An F-16 pilot or whatever kind of pilot he is, right? All this military training is kicked into him. What's your social security number? I'm not telling you. Okay, so he's handling the stress, as if he's hitting 3 Gs here. Savannah's I think Savannah's been carrying it for the entire family.
He thinks that Savannah has been carrying it for the entire family. What gives him the right to get on the internet and say that? You can get on the internet and say what you want, freedom of speech, but why do you honestly get that conclusion? Like, I legitimately, when you tell me something that heavy, I need to know how you got there. Because I don't follow people's bullshit blindly because you told me it. I'm trying to stop everybody from doing that. I'm seeing it and seeing it and see. Don't trust the mainstream media, y'all. Don't trust these fucking YouTubers either. I want him to tell me how he figures Savannah is carrying everybody's weight. What makes her the golden one here?
But when you look at Annie, okay, and what is she projecting? How is she carrying herself? It's almost like everybody has said, well, that was weird. Why did everybody not say that about Cameron? Why did everybody not say that about Savannah?
Well, I did. There's a little weirdness to go around for everybody. Cameron might be like, oh God, here goes my sisters again with their crazy poetry shit. I don't know, sir. You know them? Do you know them that well? Did Karen get a phone call with them too?
Why is it just this one, person? And now it makes sense because when you go down and see where her shop is, and you see the type of people that she surrounds herself with.
Now it makes sense. When you go down to her shop and you see the people she surrounds herself with. What kind of people? Now it all makes sense because Annie's shop is down there by a homeless camp and she surrounds herself with those people. Am I the only one that's got a problem with that statement? I'm legit asking other creators. Really? I side-eye that whole statement, anybody who backs it.
And the environment, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that somebody would project themselves like this because that's who they are.
What in the world is he talking about? Annie's up here projecting herself in a way, some kind of way, according to him, the expert here, because she works at a shop surrounded by unsavory people that she surrounds herself with. And that explains why she's projecting right now. Sir, what are you projecting? What the fuck is going on in your closet we don't know about? See how we can flip the script, Chris?
And that's why we kept asking. Victimology is so important here.
Fuck yeah.
And this is one of the reasons.
Victimology is important, but I don't know if you know how to conduct it properly. You got John Bonet Ramsey as a very low risk child, regardless of what all the stuff we know about her and her lifestyle. And you got Miss Nancy as a low risk, regardless of the fact that Tucson's daughter displayed her for the world to see 3 months before her disappearance. And it was happening before then as well, turns out. But just 3 months before her mother's disappearance, Savannah went on national TV and exploited her mother for NBC television. But hey, Annie's the one surrounding herself with the bullshit.
I went to Tucson. I wanted to know more about the dynamics of why she wasn't chosen, why her house was not chosen.
Ark, thank you. His Ark says, thanks for a great chat. It's a comfortable space here. Off to dinner. Thank you. And it is getting dinner time. I'm going to have it easy. I'm going to do chili dogs tonight, y'all. I am doing it easy. House is going to be hot. I'm not trying to cook no food. We're going to have a chili dog and be done with it and call it happy. We're going to be grateful we got that chili dog. Thank you for coming in. We strive to have a chill chat, and we do welcome different opinions as long as everybody's cool, right? We don't need to cray.
By the suspect. Why Nancy's house? There are 3 women in that home. What was it about just Nancy being 84 years?
And Carrie, I still watch them. There's nothing wrong with watching the interview room either. It's just lately, look, all his work, Karen's work, I should say, WSU lost. I was there for all of it, and it was a lot of good stuff. But this case, I don't know what it is about this case that's got this man feeling some kind of way. Does he think that because I agree with other shows, I will agree with this blindly? Because that's not who I am, right? So he does have a lot of viewers who are hanging on every single word he said, pointing a finger directly at Annie Guthrie without any proof. Just her shop is in a weird location surrounded by a homeless encampment. And there you go. She's projecting. Y'all heard what the man said. I ain't make this shit up. I can't make it up.
Old and in the house by herself. But, down the street, you have the exact same scenario. You have a sister of a very famous woman. They're 2.9 miles away from each other. Why was Nancy's home selected and not her sister's? And that was one of the things I really wanted to answer in my own head.
Okay. In his own head, he needs to answer, why would someone target Nancy Guthrie and her home versus Annie Guthrie and her home? I don't know, Chris Copper. But Nancy's elderly and lives alone. Annie is not elderly, lives with a man. I don't know if he can fight or not, but she lives with one, and a child in the home. I'm going to say my risk is better taken out there at Miss Nancy Guthrie's house. Do y'all agree? Now, if you're a kidnapper or a bad guy that works at the homeless or hanging out at the homeless encampment, and Annie's shop outreach programs are helping you out, you realize, hey, that lady that works at the shop down there that helps us out, her mama, her sister, man, is rich. Okay. Well, do we kidnap her? Well, she's got a husband and a kid, and might be hard. But her mama don't. Oh, there you go, Chris. It's that easy. But you go ahead and you work on getting there, sir.
It's like, well, wait a minute. This is too close for comfort. Because if the suspect's taking all of his time, or whoever this individual is, what then drove it just to an 84-year-old woman in that house? Was it just a kidnapper? And take her out and, kind of pry back to Savannah? Well, okay, you're now going to pay me in Bitcoin in, as we talked about the layaway plan, 4 million, 6 million. If that doesn't work, Monday comes around, you can pay me 8. But in the interim, they get 2 letters to a local news station and 1 to TMZ. Well, the first letter comes in, right, to a local news station. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, why are you sending it to the local news station? Simultaneously, Annie's getting a text message from this guy in Hawthorne, California saying, did you get the Bitcoin? Doesn't make any sense.
No, unless you're suggesting that the Bitcoin guy, Kalila, reached out to Annie, did you get the Bitcoin yet? Because they're in on the elaborate scheme to cover their own tracks. I already know where you're going with that. You pretty much say it. Tommaso could take care of Porch Guy. Could. Yeah. Well, Porch Guy doesn't even have to know much about Tommaso, except there's a man in the house. 3 people in the house versus one old lady in her house, right? It's a no-brainer. And the retired police officer supposed to know how criminals think. But he can't figure out why they would target Nancy's house and not Annie's. Oh, that's because Annie did it. Chris, just say that. Because it makes no sense for a cop to say, I can't figure out why they wouldn't go for Annie versus the vulnerable old lady. That didn't make you look like a critical thinker, sir, at all.
Why not send it to Cameron? Why not send it to Savannah? Why Annie and Tommaso gets that text message from this oddity
Karen, thank you for coming in. Happy birthday to your sister. Enjoy your dinner.
in Hawthorne?
Well, because they're her caretakers.
How does he know that?
I don't know. It's a good point.
I mean, and this is why it was so.
So why is Kalela reaching out to Annie and Tom and not Savannah or Cameron, the silent guy, the stoic guy? I don't know. It's probably easier. Everybody was talking on the internet about Annie and Tom at that time. Everybody throwing shade at them and their band members and their life and their weirdness and Tom's eyes and all the porch guy madness and all this stuff was happening. I don't know why Kalela would reach out to them other than it was probably easiest to get their numbers. But why would he text them and ask them? That is weird. I will give you that. But I'm not ready to say that Annie's in on a kidnapping scheme because Kalela messaged her. Hell, we got a bunch of guys writing a bunch of fucking letters to TMZ. Y'all ain't worried about catching that guy. But we're going to be concerned about Kalela sending a fucking message on a WhatsApp. I'm not concerned about Kalela and his little text message. Unless you tie him to Miss Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping. Otherwise, we got a fucking jerk with opportunity. What about the ransom note author? You're not concerned about that guy? Scamming Miss Nancy's family? No.
Interesting to drive into that neighborhood. It literally, like if you take a bowl of spaghetti and just dump it on the table, that's what the streets are like in there. It's like, okay. And I tried really hard to say, okay, I know exactly where I'm headed here. And the only indicator of you're at Nancy Guthrie's house is her address on her mailbox.
Was that confusing to you?
Very confusing.
Chris,
go ahead. Joe.
you mentioned when you were showing that, and I'm certain Bob had a similar experience when he was working for the.
Thank you, Faye. Oh, don't be going. Y'all talking about pineapple upside down cake in there. Stop it. I just had to get some to drink. So, Faye, when is your birthday? Is it now? Is today your birthday? Ooh. Good birthday meal. That does sound good. Well, happy birthday, and thank you for coming in. We're going to go just a little bit longer. I don't have to go yet. If y'all guys have to dip and do the dinner and all that, I appreciate y'all coming in. Maybe y'all can catch the rest of the show after a while or whenever. Yeah, it's like a broken record, the same bullet points. If I don't know, because so Chris has done 2 episodes since he went down there, right, to Tucson. And that first one, he takes you to the Annie's shop. He takes you on video to the homeless camp. He talks to the homeless down there. There's just one lady in a car. He keeps showing her, bragging about how he gave her water because they all need the water so desperately. If you give them water, they'll talk to you. Let me go grab my water. Be right back. I don't know what she's going to say because he's like teasing with that aspect of it. But it was odd to me that he went with intent, it feels like, because the first thing you did was go to where where Annie worked and point out the homeless encampment and point out this and that stuff is important. Yeah, because if we're thinking that Porch Guy is local to Tucson, which you would think Investigation 101, you need to hit the streets pounding and talk to all the criminals. Not us, the cops. They know who the criminals are. They know where they hang out. They're supposed to know all that stuff. The FBI damn well knows about it. So you're going to go looking, because obviously, if no matter why Nancy's abduction took place, Porch Guy was there. Does Porch Guy have experience as being a criminal, or was that his first got lucky go, right? We have to figure that out too. But if he is a career type criminal, people on the streets, somebody should know the guy. So it shouldn't take much to get out there and start that work. Have you seen well, don't take the sketch pencil picture out there. Have you heard things? We had no picture to show nobody except masked up Porch Guy and Miss Nancy's picture, right? I hope they're not out there with that sketch asking the homeless, have you seen this person? Because that's not a real person. That's somebody's perception after playing with lighting and taking a sketch pencil to some stuff. But I don't know how, getting there is crazy.
The sheriff's office in Wyoming. When you get into neighborhoods like this, I worked in the desert as a deputy sheriff, and along neighborhoods like that, and even if you're working routinely as a deputy every night, it's going to take you quite a while, to learn the ins and outs of streets like that.
I just don't know what I would do without them explaining shit to me. They will spend a good hour telling you about darkness, not knowing streets, how confusing it can be, as if we all just live in this little vanilla world, in little, Peyton Place type little neighborhoods where everything's perfect and lights out at 7 p.m. and silence. This is real life is messy. We all come and go at different times and days and nights. I live in a rural area. It's quiet. It's dark. That's the way we like it. Get over it, America. Don't come at us and say, well, you should have had some lights on. I'm going to say, how do you function out there in that concrete jungle where you can't even see a tree, right? I can come right back at you, so don't. That's odd. They're making such a big deal that we don't, obviously, and I think it was clear from the beginning of this case, when we all got a grasp of that neighborhood, the person knew the neighborhood, or at least conducted enough surveillance to know the neighborhood. Brian Koberger would never have found 1122 King Street from riding around. You had to know where to go. So we understand, coppers, Jesus Christ.
And so I thought you made a super valid point last night when you said the only way you're going to get here is if you knew where you were going, particularly at night.
That was a super valid point he just made last night, meaning as of a couple nights ago. How many months into this investigation are we? And we're just now realizing that's a valid point? That you got to know the neighborhood? Huh, okay.
And that, even in daylight, it can be confusing. But after dark, when there are no street lights, there's only one way they got there, and it's that they knew where they were going.
Yeah, I mean, just like I said in Koberger, when I stood in front of the Koberger house, this suspect knows this house and he knows this area.
We didn't need you to tell us that either. I didn't even watch you during Koberger. I've only watched your WSU bullshit. I didn't need you for Koberger. Thank God. Well, dude, you're whatever.
And
I forgot. Dr. Gary gave the world the goods on Brian Koberger and what to expect, or the profile of the perpetrator. What he gave, and I've said it for 3 years, and I'll say it until the day I die. Dr. Gary Bricardo gave you a textbook diagnosis of what he thought the perpetrator in Idaho 4 would look like. That's all you got from Dr. Gary.
Did a whole video on it. I stood right behind the house and I said on tape out there, and I see somebody's, I said something that only fits my narrative.
In fact, Jennifer Coffindaffer got raked across the coals for saying the same thing that Mercado said, that everybody applauded. I just wanted to point that out. And y'all know how I feel about me some Jacob, but I'm not scared to say it.
No, I say something that my experience and my training and all the other stuff fits the narrative. Not that it's my narrative.
My training and all that other stuff. What other stuff?
There is no way this suspect did not know where he was going. There's no way. I'll go to my grave on it.
We know that he knows where he was going.
This suspect knows that neighborhood.
And guess what? Brian Koberger knew the King Road neighborhood, but according to law enforcement, had no ties to the victims. So are you about to tell us that the only way the perp would know the neighborhood is to know the victim? Are we about to be told that? Because that's a lie.
I'll guarantee it.
I gotta let the puppy out, guys. I'll be right back.
Well, they had to, if they could describe the interior of the house, Chris.
Well, that's
if they
the other
describe
point.
the interior of the house, then they must have known how to get there. They knew where the house was, and you can take it the next step after that.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Gary. Go, please.
Oh, well, I was going to say, well, why did they have to send out a scout to scope the place, to scope the streets out?
Well, I don't think it's a scout. I think it's the same persons.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
In other words, the assumption that was made by the general public was that that person being seen in advance of Porch Guy going to the house on the 31st, I think it was, of January, was preparation for what was coming later. But there could be a different interpretation for why.
January, you mean the 11th? That was the preparation date, we think.
That person is seen. Like, they live around there.
Yeah, and that's where, this is a good point, right? Why is A and T contacted, right? Why?
Okay, so he's confusing me. Annie works at the shop down by the homeless encampment and possibly got Porch Guy through somebody there. But now the person had to know the neighborhood as well. So they got lucky there. Now they're contacting somebody as Annie on the text. See, he don't even fucking know what the hell's going on. How's he going to cohesively fit it all together? Because there's already holes in the story. If you're following his story.
Again, I think this is where if we have processed, or we just think through this thing, okay, it even becomes weirder for anyone to contact Annie and Tommaso through a public search engine, get their phone numbers, and then text them a message. But it's not a message. It's a question. It's not like, hey, we're killing your mom in about a half hour if we don't get the Bitcoin. Okay. It's, did you get the Bitcoin?
Did you get the Bitcoin? As in, wink, wink. Did we get our Bitcoin yet, Annie? So you got Kalela in cahoots with Annie? Huh. We got the criminal complaint to that case, but I don't see nothing about no Annie mentioned. I know what was left inside of Miss Guthrie's house, though, according to Kalela's criminal complaint.
We're waiting.
Which you have not read.
At this end. At what end? Is there an end to this? Is there a front and an end? Is there a beginning and an end? I don't know. Okay. And then make a 9-second phone call that the feds hide in the affidavit.
And still have
Chris spotted a glove outside the Idaho 4 house and we all know, he made sure we all knew that one time he spotted the glove outside of Idaho 4. We know. And I've saw the video. Now, I appreciate Chris's video from the Summer Wells case and taking us into the home of Summer Wells, because I got to have visuals. And I loved that he did that piece and was able to get it done. So I didn't just discover Chris yesterday. I didn't just get annoyed by, I've seen coverage in other cases too, guys. There's something about this case and the way he's going about it that is odd. Now, is he on the right track and we're all just blind and Nancy and Annie is like a cold-blooded murderer? I don't understand what he's doing yet. I've not seen any. I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. I understand that it could absolutely happen. Face it, women, look at Lauren Mathias, can be extremely devious. Have we not learned anything out there on these streets? But where's the evidence of it? Car was taken and kept too long. Her work is near a homeless encampment. And now we got a weirdo on the internet messaging her. That makes her the suspect. Okay, Chris.
Well, and let's not forget, they're still concealing the 9/11 call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we don't even was answered or not, right?
Let's go back to Gary's question of why the dry run, and I think to me it's obvious that they had to make a dry run to see if they would be noticed.
Oh, so y'all can't figure out why the dry run was needed if wink wink Annie did it. No dry run needed. Let's give it a test drive, boys, and see if we get noticed by the Sue Ellen.
By the camera,
or that Lauren chick. She's up all night.
Neighbor. And at that point, you only have, at best, you have a trespass. You notice porch guy didn't go on the porch that night. He stood, as far as we know, he didn't go on the porch.
I was about to say, how do you know? Sir, we got a fucking picture without a date and a timestamp. Reporting. Media reports are that it's from the 11th. We have no confirmation from Kash Patel's FBI or Pima County Sheriff's Department confirming the date and time of that picture. We have everybody's speculation that it was the 11th of January. Go look at all the reports. Nobody can confirm that's what happened. But then again, it's just an image. He could have walked all the way up on the porch, looked all up in that camera as far as we know. He could have said, camera, run away. Come back next time prepared and with a big backpack stuffed full of shit, and still don't bring anything to get the camera off with. What in the world? All right. So they don't know nothing either, y'all. They're just spitting in the wind, but want us to believe they do because they got some training and experience.
Great point.
He stood outside the porch, didn't approach, just approached close enough to be seen by the camera. I believe porch guy knew the camera was there, and to see what kind of response, whether that's from Nancy, a neighbor, the police.
So if Annie contracted someone to help take care of her mother, so to speak, are they going to need to do a test run and see what kind of response time we get? What's going to happen if that camera picks me up? Is Annie not... We have heard reports just come out recently that family had no access to Nancy's cameras and couldn't see in real time what was happening. So go ahead with your incomplete stories of how this is Annie Guthrie, because if people really pay attention, they'll see all the holes in your theory. But y'all go right ahead with your badass self.
Whether it's captured in the cloud or whatever. So to me, that's pretty obvious.
So like in a day or so, like, hey, there was a stranger at my house. She turns it over to the police. Okay, we're compromised. We got to go back to the drawing board. If it goes unnoticed, then full steam ahead.
Exactly.
But intelligent enough to scope the area out, and then you get there and the camera is on and you have to put flowers in front of it. I mean, wouldn't that be something you would have scoped out and been aware of in advance? It's like one of the first things a person casing a place would look for. I mean, I mean, don't you guys agree? That's very peculiar to scope a place out and then, miss the camera in the front door.
Now, isn't it true that we've only heard through reporting that it is believed that this was January 11th? Huh? Nobody's confirmed that it was the 11th. Y'all know what I'm talking about? The image that they're showing, or without the backpack and the gun present, and he's just standing there. It's real confusing to everybody. We don't fucking know what that was, when it was. It could have been taken the same night Nancy was abducted, but why is he walking in front of the camera with all of his garb on, gun and backpack? What if Nancy was already in the car secure and he tossed the backpack in, hands the gun to the other person, make her stay still, and he goes back to try to finish the camera? I don't know. But I don't know why this person would need to go surveil the house and see reaction times if they were in cohorts with Annie. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but unless they were never planning on going out the front. If they never were planning on going out the front, they wouldn't have been that concerned with that camera. They were concerned with the camera at first, just in case. But then they go, okay, well, now we got to go take that front camera off because we're going out the front door, because she was obviously out the front door at some point.
That's interesting, Josh. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Interesting. We've thought about that. Was the back door the original way they thought they were going to get out? Because according to reporting, again, back door propped open. So why go out the front door at all if we're going to try to use the back door? What if something happened? Nancy became combative and fought back. They're like, this is not going to work. We got to go right out that front door. There's a camera. Shit, you're right. We got to get rid of the camera. That's a no-brainer, my guys. But y'all going to spend way too much time talking about it.
What if the front door is the point of entry?
Was it?
But then you would have.
How was that possible when it doesn't look like it was the point of entry, Chris? You saying they had a key? So you got to pick up what he's putting down. Why would he drop that? Because he wants you to say it. It was obvious the front door was not the entry point. We see no damage. We've been around that entire house looking at every single door. There's no damage to any door or window anywhere. I don't care if they came in the front door or the back door. Was there a key? I don't care if you use South Pole's door. Pick a door. Did they have a key? That's the important question, sir. But whatever. All right, guys, it's getting late in the day. We could sit here and literally review these guys all night. There are some things about the show they did last night, though, that I've got some notes on I want to talk about, that it's got to do with the Guthrie investigation. And it was from other people on the panel that were there. Because last night they did have Maureen O'Connell, Big City Dan, and of course his regular cop friends up there, Lamb and what's his name here? Gary came in at some point after seeing patients. He came on panel. And they're going to bring more out, right? I'm curious about the church people, because I don't know what they're going to be able to tell us other than, Nancy didn't come that morning and we called her daughter. Are they going to throw some big time to, well, we called Annie at and blah, blah, blah. And hours went by before we heard from her. Who? You got to give me something like that to me. But the way Karen, let me see. Let me pull that up and show you guys what I meant, what they said. Because everybody was like, great job. That's going to be fantastic. You got the church ladies. And then she's like, I did the best I could. I was like, what is happening? Did you get them in the grocery store parking lot, or did they actually do a sit down with you? Because we had read an article just a while back that the people closest to Nancy, like the church friends, weren't talking about that stuff. They are the ones that come out and said, yes, we called, we read that article. They called Annie They talked about her hearing aids and things like that. But I don't know where they're getting some of this other stuff from. Let me pull it up before we go. Oh, if I got the timestamp, let me see. Okay. Okay, right here. And there are some videos out there, even like Mary Coleman's statements. Brianna Whitney, that used to work there for the Arizona Family Channels, she saw that. I've always known that she saw the damn ransom note. She spoke about it when it first happened. Though, so the people who did see the first note and the second note have come out and done videos on them. I do have those saved, because even that was being questioned. Did they really ever receive it? Or are they just jumping on it now because, you know, it's being talked about? They literally talked about it months ago, and we got all those old videos too. It just, when you're trying to pay attention to investigative stuff and then the weeds are happening, it's that all that got lost, you know, and now it's hard to talk about it because people don't know. No one knows what you're talking about. Okay, let me pull this up. No, that's not what I wanted to see. Oh, let me get over here now. All right. Where's the chart? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Why did it make it disappear? Hold on. There. Take that. There. Maybe that'll help. It's not going to show me now. Let's see if I can do it this way. 12. No, 2. Uh-oh. Sorry, that dryer was loud, wasn't it? I can't get that thing to start off. I can't stand it. Oh, that's the wrong thing. No wonder. Like, what in the heck is happening here? I don't know where that even came from. Okay. There we go. Last night's. All right. Now I'm back. It was like, whoa. Okay, let me pull this one part out. I got to go soon. My son will be home in a little bit, and we got to install this air conditioner. I suppose I will help him. Okay. Now, there was also a part where Karen will go on, they want to clarify about how they're not being, you know, I'm not going to quote whatever words. They're wanting us to know they're not really being snobbish assholes when they talk about all the criminals that you could possibly find down there at the homeless places. They're not trying to imply that at all. And Karen makes sure that they point that out. After telling you that's where you go find your criminals, the needle chasers. Let's see. Chris has got a whole choice list of names for all the people he was throwing shade at, but yet he's going to take him a bunch of water to get him to talk to him. The chasers and the needle people. All right, let me get this up. Like I lost some respect that I tried to maintain, I don't like it when people come out and try to make themselves appear better than the masses. That's a societal problem that I've never enjoyed, that I will take no part in. I could care less if I was worth 40 million fucking dollars. You would not catch me looking down my nose at the people. Ever. In fact, I would probably get told to stop giving all my money away. Because I'd probably not stop at just offering water. Because that's how empaths walk their life. I will give it away before I keep it for myself. Because I'll be okay.
Are you talking about the church ladies? The church
Yes.
group?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Good job.
Good job
Yeah.
is right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Never underestimate.
Well, tune in and you'll see.
Yeah.
Mm. Good job, good job. Well, tune in, you'll see. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I mean, she did good, but you know, well, I don't want to tip
We
the
don't-
cart. I
yeah.
don't want to tip the cart yet.
She did good, but I'm looking forward to seeing how good she did.
No, we got it. Yeah.
It was like, whoa. Okay. And this idea that I'm telling you, this KVOA thing there also is within what, like 8 blocks or thereabouts from the park, maybe a little more,
I think it's further.
a little further. Where the new memorial and the banner is now, you know,
He's so mad that KVOA has this banner and memorial in their parking lot. Like, don't take it to Nancy's, take it there. He's already went on and on about how there's, take it down to KVOA. But now he's even going to say it's weird. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theorists out here. Like, I think that's all there is anymore sometimes. But now KVOA is 8 blocks. Karen, I think it's a little bit longer, but it's in the same vicinity, damn it.
bring Nancy home. Okay. It's in the same hood,
Oh,
It's close by.
close by.
It's close by.
You know, and I thought that was interesting because this is the reporter that we found out got a heads up from Nanos that he was going to go arrest the streamers in front of Nancy Guthrie's house and told them about it. And they went up and set up and were waiting for the sheriff to pull up. And that's how they got him on video.
so what's that got to do with KVOA being in close proximity to Annie Guthrie's shop in the homeless encampment? Are we about to tie this into Annie too? Or what the fuck's happening? Too many moving parts I can't keep up with.
Getting arrested. Who does that? It was crazy.
Somebody attempting to send a message to others that he has no respect for the First Amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
But he did not he did not expect the First Amendment, i.e. us, to show up and do the math.
He didn't expect the First Amendment, i.e., us, to show up. Did you show up for the First Amendment or because it was popular, or did you show up for Nancy Guthrie? Or both?
Let them figure that out. And I offered my sources to any of the streamers that got arrested for their civil attorneys to contact us. We'll be more than glad to connect you. Okay, that's a no-brainer. Because I thought
Y'all keep an eye on Maureen's face.
professionally, it really bothered me the other day. And when we got home, I started thinking about it more and more. And because I said to myself, look, if somebody does something stupid, no problem. Hook them up. Let's do it. Right? Let's roll. But the other part of that piece of the puzzle is if they're not, leave them alone, man. Whether we like them or not. How many
It's on
times?
the public way. Yeah.
How many times have we stood in between two people having a fight on either side, and you go, you know what? I can't do anything about it. You got your opinion. He's got his opinion. You guys can yell all day long. Just don't hit each other. I'll be right over here. Okay. But when you take enforcement action, even if it's after month, when you've allowed the mainstream media to camp in front of that house for 3 months, that's called precedence. Okay. When you allow the mainstream media to set up tents, water, generators, borrow people's driveways for 3 months in front of the same house, and just because you have a YouTube, channel and you're just a little streamer, that doesn't mean you don't qualify.
You're just a little streamer doesn't mean you don't qualify. Well, you were telling everybody on your channel, what was it last night, that we don't even deserve audiences because we don't have the training and experience to bring to the table that you do. So I'm confused. Okay, and I think this was after. When Chris brings up what happened out, the arrest, none of these cops were having it. They went all in on that guy should not have fought the cops. He was in the wrong. And then Chris chimes in with all his Constitution stuff. And even Maureen, she just shut the fuck up. She wouldn't even say, because they didn't like it, because he wasn't, also at the same time, he wasn't saying he shouldn't have fought the cops, right? And none of these cops know the whole story, obviously. Chris is going to make sure he does. But they were confused by Chris's stance on this whole thing, because Chris won't own up to the parts of that were bad, right? Like why can we not say, well, this was also bad? Because if I sit here and pretend that Alex didn't resist a little bit, then I'm not being honest. That don't mean that I believe he got what he deserved either, right? You can be honest and still be okay. Well, we should normalize being honest again in America.
And
sorry to interrupt you, Chris. I don't like that narrative either. I think that stinks. But I will say this. I saw one video of a YouTuber who was told by the deputies he was under arrest, and whether it's a legal arrest or not is not for me to decide, but he went off on him, and it was a pretty violent resistance, and it was a pretty good fight. He went off on him big time, and it was totally
went off on the sheriff's deputy.
Went off on the deputies. Yeah.
Have you watched that in slow motion?
He shouldn't have.
2 cops, 3 cops about to weigh in. He shouldn't have done that. Look, let me scratch my head. Have you watched it in slow motion? They're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, Chris? That one cop's even like, I'm not watching that shit in slow motion. Chris, what are you doing? If you can't be honest, then you are not believable at all.
Done that. Just go along with it. The truth.
I agree with you. He shouldn't have done that. But did you watch it in slow motion?
See,
I didn't. No.
His partner tripped him. The guy did not trip him.
Nobody. Does he think that we all broke on the internet because the cop claimed that Alex tripped him? Like assaulted. Even the document we read, the cop said, I don't think he meant to do anything to me. So get off your shit, Chris. You got all these cops telling you they don't feel, in their opinion, that was the way to handle it. And all he can say is, did you watch it in slow motion? He didn't trip him. They're like, dude, that's not what we're talking about. What?
Well, it was a pretty good resistance.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have resisted. I'm just saying that, we got to.
Karen's like, this is a bit embarrassing. These are our friends.
Be careful in today's world that we don't believe everything we see on the internet.
He just told a panel of retired law enforcement to be careful about what they see on the internet. Did somebody trick me with Alex's videos of the arrest? Is it AI? Chris, what are you doing?
You know,
Yeah,
this-
well, I watched the video, and I don't know about the tripping. If you watch it in slow motion, then his partner tripped him. But the YouTuber, he was told very, very clearly that he was under arrest and to put his hands behind his back, and he violently resisted arrest.
well, he asked
No,
why.
you shouldn't have done that. That was dumb
Nope.
because if I know that somebody's violating my civil rights and you said you're going to arrest me, I'm going to put my hands out and say, arrest me. I'm going to go
Exactly.
peacefully.
Amen.
I'm going to help the process along because later on, when I own your house and part of the county,
Oh,
when the lawsuit comes, what did Napoleon say? Never stop an enemy when they're in the process of doing something stupid. You go along with it. And because all he did was undercut his own civil case, and it's a very powerful civil case, because Pima County is going to have to explain why they engaged in disparate law enforcement services.
Yeah, but
They
you know,
let the agency do it.
there is Supreme Court precedence that citizens
Chris, we're not discussing the fact that he didn't. He's missing it. The cops aren't even. Look at Maureen, just like, oh God. We're not discussing or debating the constitutionality of it all at the moment. They were simply saying resisting arrest was obvious. It's in the video. And if he hadn't have, it probably would have helped him a little bit. They're not, that's all that was said. Chris is like, yeah, but did you watch it on slow motion? Did you know this? There's precedent set. We understand the Constitution part of it, Chris. But we also can see that he probably shouldn't have resisted either. Like, two things can be true at the same time. Wishy-washy, sir.
has a right to resist an unlawful arrest. Don't forget that. If they can prove that
A citizen has a right to resist an unlawful arrest. I wonder, when Chris was a cop, did he feel that way? Y'all think he did? Or did he sing a different tune as a beat officer? Look at Dr. Gary. He's like, oh, shit, Chris, I don't know. I'm going to go make me a piano song in a minute. Calm me down. Calm myself down.
they were targeted and that there was a decision unlawfully to go arrest them, i.e. commit civil rights violations, that is under the color of authority. And
as an officer, you have affirmative duty to say, I refuse to obey an unlawful order.
And once you put your hands on somebody, and the Supreme Court's been very clear about this, not only, there's what
Chris has got it in for Nanos, and he's got it in for Annie Guthrie. Don't know why.
they call the
Well, I know why he's got it in for Nanos.
Rodriguez decision. I'm sure you've heard of all those things. Okay, but the Supreme Court's been very clear. If you just even type in, can a citizen resist arrest?
Rachel,
And
you're
the
good.
answer is going to be
Rachel, you're good. Bob needs to go to Dan's show. No, I like Dan's the way it is right now. I don't mind Bob at all. I do like Bob. And in fact, last night he was like, wait a minute. Why don't we have our own YouTube channel? Everybody's out here getting YouTube channels. And John Lamb says it seems like it's too much trouble. Your comments are good, Rachel. I'm kind of tired of playing these guys, y'all. They got a lot to say, a lot to say about a lot of things. Of course, I'm not naive. I don't think a lot of y'all are either. We can understand why you would look at Annie and Tommaso. It's Investigation 101, last people to see the victim alive or at all, because they took her home after the dinner that night. So you're going to be looked at. Remember Ashley Banfield's reporting, a source close to her said that Tom was prime suspect. That still wasn't abnormal the first week of the case. And then boom, we had all of the FBI boots on the ground back out there going through everything. I just don't see, and I have not seen any evidence all the way through this that would make me side-eye Annie. I've seen all the things people have said about her as to why they think she's suspicious, but I don't find any of those things suspicious. I find a lot of people do already. Some were like, oh, she practices what exactly? Wiccan? Paganism? Y'all know for sure? What do you practice? What does that make you? Right? That's the kind of thing I'm seeing. Mom lives alone. How dare they? Does your mom live alone? How dare you? I hope you're not the last one to see your old lady neighbor alive tonight. Right? That's just gotten to be where we're ridiculous, and I don't know how we get there without evidence. I'm trying to follow evidence. I'm trying to figure out if these first 2 ransom notes were ever real. Was it a woman that wrote them? Is a woman involved? Now that's not the first time talking heads have mentioned a feminine nature. Why would this porch guy be so easily controlled? I don't know. The woman in control could be his sister or lover. According to Dr. Gary, those family dynamics are pretty fucking wild. Haven't you listened? If you listen to the way he explains family dynamics, it could explain the way a female could control porch guy. Or it could be a man in charge just wanted some kidnapping money, and porch guy became a problem when his image was released to the media. Even with a mask on, he could have become a problem right then and there. And he could have been a part of an elimination murder. According to Dr. Gary, we eliminate those that we don't need anymore. So porch guy could have got eliminated a very long time ago, meaning who we going to turn in? It's wild. I don't know what to think about the first 2 letters. Do any of y'all believe there's any authenticity to the first 2 letters? That they could be on the table? We don't know what they mean yet because we don't know who wrote them. But if you are convinced that Annie and Tom are in the picture, then you can't believe the ransom letters. Right? So maybe everybody's got to do their own little soul searching and figure out where they... Either way, if you feel like Annie did something, that's fine. I'm willing to have the conversation if I could see why people thought it. Right? Rumors. Go take a look at... Just go peek at Idaho 4. Brian Koberger's sitting behind bars. And not because of Howard Bloom's writing. He was wrong on so many things in that case. He had the details wrong. He had the half-ass kind of right stuff, right? But he didn't have the details to drive home. It was flat out wrong in a lot of cases. All we got here is a couple of ransom letter. We got a ransom letter, a letter we didn't know her heart was that bad. Sorry, your mom died. We can't provide proof of life because she died. So everybody's like, why would they even send the second letter? Because the family literally asked for proof of life. And they're like, we can't, but here's what but it is very strange wording if that's the correct verbiage in the letter. Like a hardened man criminal, right? Who only is kidnapping for ransom ain't giving a shit about your feelings. They're not writing letters like that. So I have felt like for months there could be a woman involved and it wasn't Annie Guthrie. I just don't know if the woman's a kidnapper or if she's obsessed. What do y'all think? Y'all think a woman could be involved based on the way the wording of the letter is, if it's real? Rachel's the one being feral today. Hey, Simi, we've rubbed off on Rachel. Rachel's like, I'm going to let my freak flag fly. Welcome aboard, Rachel. I've seen it before. Rachel and I have some pretty intense conversations about, especially if we're in watching another live. Sometimes we'll be like, da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, girl, tell me to slow my roll. I was going all feral last night. But I tried to be intelligent so I don't get blocked. I'm not getting blocked in somebody's chat because I'm going to come in there being an asshole troll, right? I want people to come into my chat and be respectful with their comments. And if you want to push back, that's fine. But I expect that same treatment when I go somewhere else and I ask a question. Don't be offended because I asked the question. Have the conversation with me, right? Can we have the conversation about it? Because if you're fixing to try to tell me what's up without having a conversation first, and if I say something, I want to elaborate with the conversation. You're right. We missed the important stuff. No. All right, guys, I'm going to let y'all go for the day. I know everybody needs to get their dinner going and get their evening on and get all that going down. They're supposed to start a little early with John Ramsey tonight over the interview room because, it gets late and he gets tired, and apparently all his I hope all his tech issues were fixed. And I hope it's not so late that people won't get caught up on the tech issues and John's behavior on screen and listen to what's being said, especially about all the DNA. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Y'all go have a good one, and I'll see you back here in the morning at some time.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe.